much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Councillor Bradnam, and I'm the chair of this committee. I'd like to welcome you to the Joint Development Control Committee meeting taking place at 9:30 on Wednesday, the 16th of March at the Guildhall in Cambridge. Other members of the committee are, and perhaps if you could just respond to your name when I call it, please. Councillor Bajent. Councillor Bajent is enjoying his breakfast, so I'll say yes for him.
My mother always told me not to answer with my mouth.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Good morning.
Councillor Daunton.
Good morning.
Councillor Fane. Councillor Gawthrope-Wood. Not yet, perhaps. Councillor Hunt, I think, is going to be joining us later on, and I'll explain about that later. Councillor Pagecroft.
Here, Chair.
Councillor Porrer.
Present, Chair.
Councillor Smart. Not yet. That's okay. He won't be here for this part.
I'm substituting.
Yes, exactly. And Councillor Simon Smith. Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
Present.
And Councillor John Williams.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Perhaps I should introduce myself.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. Thank you.
you.
So we move to item 1, which is apologies. And you'll see why I went through the list first. Apologies have been received from Councillors Hawkins and Councillor Bygott. Now, we need to be quorate. In order to be quorate, we need to have 3 members from each of the planning committees, South Cambs and the city. So I will just go through this to explain. Also to explain to you, you need to make sure that if you are here, that your alternate is not, and if your alternate is here, that you are not. So, from South Cambs District Council, Councillor Hawkins has given her apologies, and Councillor John Williams is attending as her alternate. From South Cambs District Council, Councillor Bygott has given his apologies, but I think we do not have an alternate for him. Councillor Scutt is alternate for Councillor Smart for the Children's Hospital applications.
Yes, so perhaps if I may now say that I'm present. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Scutt, thank you. I would have come to you as the alternate. Councillor Simon Smith will not be participating in the NYAB application, which is 3rd on the agenda, but will be speaking as a ward councillor. Councillor Gawthrope-Wood is to attend as an alternate for this application, so perhaps Councillor Gawthrope-Wood will attend later. I will not be participating in the NYAB application, but Councillor Fane is here as my substitute. Thank you very much. Councillor Smart will chair the NYAB pre-application briefing, the NYAB session and the pre-application briefing. From South Cambs District Council, Councillor Simon Hunt, Steve Hunt, cannot attend the first 2 hours of JDCC, and I'm sorry, I apologise. Councillor Peter Fane is subbing for Steve Hunt. Hope you're all confused by now. We also are fortunate to have reliable officers attending in person, who are Stephen Kelly.
Good morning, everyone.
Thank you. Who's the your role is?
The Joint Director of Planning.
Thank you very much. Keith Barber, our legal advisor. Keith. And James Goddard, who's our coordinator for the meeting.
Good morning.
Thank you. And we also have Gary Clift, who's handling the live streaming. We've also got officers attending via Teams, Philippa Kelly and Rebecca Ward. So at the beginning of each item, given the complexities, I will be taking a roll call. So, housekeeping. Copies of the agenda can be found on the City Council's website under committee meetings, minutes and agendas. Please try and refer wherever you can to page and paragraph numbers within the agenda if you're referring to a specific point in the agenda. Please ensure that you've switched off or silenced any other devices that you have so that they don't interrupt the proceedings. When you're invited to address the meeting, please make sure your microphone is switched on, and when you've finished addressing the meeting, please turn it off again. Please remember that some people are taking part online and the audio quality may not be perfect. So please speak clearly and please do not rush and please do not talk over or interrupt anyone. Please can those present in the council chamber note that everything on your desk, including your laptop screen, may be broadcast at some point. The camera follows the microphone being switched on, so councillors and officers are requested to wait a couple of seconds before speaking to allow the camera to catch up. And please raise your hand in the room if you wish to speak. For those participating in the meeting via the live stream, please can you indicate that you wish to speak via the chat column or raised hand option. Please do not use the chat column for any other purpose. The meeting chat is neither confidential nor private and can be subject to an FOI or GDPR request. So please only put request to speak in there. Make sure that your device is fully charged and that you switch your microphone off unless you're invited to speak. Please can meeting participants keep their microphone and cameras turned off until we come to the application we've registered you to speak about. If a report officer drops out from the committee due to poor broadband signal, the senior officer present will take over their presentation or report and respond to any questions. So the process for each planning application will be as follows. The case officer will give a brief introduction to his or her report. Registered public speakers will be invited to have their say. There will be 3 minutes for those speaking in support, 3 minutes for those speaking against, unless I have advised otherwise. The committee manager will ring a bell when the 3-minute time period has passed. Public speakers are not able to join in with the councillor debate. The committee will then discuss or debate the item and may ask questions of the case officer. At the end of the deliberations, I'll ask members to vote on the officer's recommendation by show of hands. So, to item 2, which is declarations of interest. Please could councillors advise if they have any declarations of interest and also identify which report their declaration refers to. Declarations of interest. Councillor Bagent.
Yeah, I'm a member of Cambridge Cycling Campaign, and I guess that applies to everything.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bagent. Right, okay, no other declarations of interest. So, agenda item 3, we have 3 sets of minutes. I'm going to take them in turn. The first is the minutes from the 17th of November. Did any member wish to raise any issues? Thank you, Councillor Porrer.
Thank you, Chair. I just realised I'd been missed off the list of attendees, and I did check. I'm mentioned in the minutes, so I was definitely there.
So you attended on the 17th
yeah,
of
if you
November?
could just add my name. Thank you.
I realise I've taken them. There's another one here. Let me just check in my agenda. Yes, we also in the agenda have the minutes from the 27th of October. Can I just check, did anybody have any items to raise from those? We'll come back to the 17th of November. So 27th of October, did anybody have any items to raise on those minutes? No. So I will sign those.
Councillor Williams.
Oh, sorry, John. Thank you. Councillor Williams.
I don't know if Claire wants to declare this, but obviously she spoke in that debate, so she exempted herself from the meeting as for the Fulbourn item.
Sorry, just one moment, John. Sorry, Councillor Williams. Would you turn your microphone off so that Councillor Dawn?
Yes, in the minutes it says that I addressed the committee as a ward councillor. It doesn't make clear that I recuse myself from the discussion.
Thank you. So I'm sure we can record that. Thank you. So on the minutes of the 17th of November, sorry, I just want for the committee coordinator, I don't have a copy of the minutes from the 27th of October to sign. Thank you. Yes, there's 17th of November, 15th of December, 26th of January. Thank you very much. Got one here. Okay, I'll sign these. I will sign the first page now, and after the meeting, I will sign the remaining pages. So that's the 27th of October. 17th of November. No, they need to be adjusted first, don't they? Wait on that one.
We'll do that.
17th of November we'll sort out. 15th of December. Are there any items to raise on these minutes? I've had no items, so I'm going to sign these as a true record. Are you all in agreement? Great, thank you. And the minutes of the 26th of January. Does anybody have any issues to raise with those? That was a very short meeting. And I would draw your attention to the dates at the end of that meeting. Okay, did anybody have any issues to raise with that? No? Okay, so I'm going to sign the 26th of January as a true record. Thank you. So those first 2 minutes will have to come back again to be signed. Or, no, with your agreement, can be signed with those amendments, if you're okay with that. Thank you. Okay, moving on. Agenda item 4. So this is the item 21-04366/REM, land to the west and southwest of Addenbrooke's campus, Robinson Way, Addenbrooke's Hospital, Cambridge. So please, with the Strategic Sites Delivery Manager, introduce this item. Thank you, Ms. Kelly.
Good morning, everyone. I'm hoping you can hear me.
Ms. Kelly, you're very quiet.
Right, I shall speak loud and clear. Is that better?
Still a little bit fuzzy.
Okay, well, I'm shouting quite loudly here.
Okay,
so
that's great.
Hopefully you can hear me loud and clear now. Hello, everyone. I will just start to share my screen. Just wait one moment for the PowerPoint presentation to load. Can you see? And there seems to be a problem here in sharing my screen. Just bear with me. Right.
We were seeing your PowerPoint presentation, but not in presentation mode.
Yeah, I was just having a few technical difficulties of my own. So there, is that better for you now?
That's it. We've got it in screen show.
Fantastic. And I will just make sure you can see my laser pointer in case I need to use it later. Can you see that
Yes,
as well?
we can. Thank you, Ms. Kelly.
Fantastic. Okay, so I will start the presentation now. So this is a reserved matters application for the new Cambridge Children's Hospital on the Addenbrooke's campus in Cambridge. It's the last reserved matters application to come forward under the outline planning permission for phase 1 of the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, which was granted in 2009. The proposals would deliver new children's health services by the National Health Service, critical care operating theatres, day surgery accommodation and inpatient mental and physical health wards are provided for children and young people from birth until they are 19. Accommodation is also provided for biomedical research for the University of Cambridge. The building would meet an identified local and regional healthcare need, combining mental and physical treatment of children through research and healthcare treatment. The hospital would be located centrally within the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, as identified on this aerial image. Note Long Road to the north and Hills Road down here to the east. It is situated to the south of Robinson Way, which is here. and the southern and eastern boundaries are formed by Dame Mary Archer Way. The Rosie Maternity Hospital is situated just to the north here, and Papworth Hospital to the northwest. And to the south of Dame Mary Archer Way is Phase 2 land, which is partly built out with the ABCAM development, and which includes the current site of the temporary Adam Brooks helipad. And beyond this yellow dashed line is land which is allocated for a further extension to the biomedical campus under policy E2 of the South Cambridgeshire local plan, but the site falls wholly within the administrative boundary of Cambridge City Council. Turning to look in more detail at the site, this is the immediate context with the Rosie Hospital here. The site directed to the west, it's currently occupied by one of the temporary COVID-19 regional surge centres. Members may be familiar with that from a previous JDCC last year. Approximately 50 metres to the southeast of the site are the nearest residential properties in Borsa Way. The development proposals have evolved through detailed dialogue with officers and extensive stakeholder engagement. The proposals at pre-application stage were taken to the Cambridgeshire Quality Panel, the City Council Disability Panel, and also JDCC in the summer of last year. The hospital's been designed around a number of key design principles. Sustainable design and construction has played a significant role in the scheme design. A net zero carbon route map has been proposed in order to demonstrate compliance with the emerging NHS net zero carbon building standard. The building aspires for BREEAM outstanding rating, which exceeds the requirements of the outline planning approval, which requires a BREEAM very good rating. The hospital seeks to be one of the most sustainable in the United Kingdom. Accommodation will be provided over 6 floors, including a basement level, interstitial plant floor and roof level plant. The building is designed as 3 main blocks around a central integration space. The main entrance to the hospital will be on Robinson Way, opposite the Rosie Maternity entrance. A secondary entrance is provided to the east off Dame Mary Archer Way. This entrance will also provide for ambulance pick-up, drop-off and deliveries. A green link is provided along the western edge of the plot, which provides wider connectivity, offering pedestrian and cycle accessibility. An underground service corridor to the north will connect the building to an existing below-ground service network, and this is proposed under a separate application, which is also on this committee agenda. Whilst the proposals relate to one scheme, it is anticipated that the building will be delivered as 2 construction phases. Phase 1 accommodation to the north of the site will comprise 34,500 square metres of floor space, and the Phase 2 accommodation to the south will have a total floor area of approximately 12,000 square metres, making a total floor space of just over 45,000 square metres. The layout, form and scale of the building evolved during the pre-applications discussions in collaboration with officers and in response to quality panel feedback and feedback from other consultees. Some minor changes to the building were proposed during the course of the application to better serve the intended function and arrangement, but the character and general appearance of the external elevations do remain as per the original application and which members saw as part of the developer briefing last summer. This elevational drawing of the northern elevation from Robinson Way shows the front entrance, which will be located close to the future centre of gravity of the biomedical campus. This entrance is a recessed frontage, which leads to the integration hub, the centre of the hospital, providing a link between clinical accommodation and the shared spaces for non-clinical activities. Visitor cycle spaces will be located mainly along this northern forecourt, close to the main entrance. This is the southern elevation of the building as seen from Dame Mary Archer Way. The proposals have been designed to a framework which seeks to provide adaptability over time. 3 types of spaces are proposed: high-tech, medium-tech and plant space. High-tech accommodation is located in the lower 2 stories and served by a plant floor above. The high-tech space provides for the operating theatres, critical care, laboratories and other heavily serviced spaces. Access to the outdoors has been a key consideration of the design response, with access within the building provided to outdoor spaces such as ward gardens and terraces. This is the eastern side of the building from Dame Mary Archer Way. The overall design of the building, including the layout, scale and massing, responds to the constraints of the site, and also accords with the approved outline parameter plans and the planning conditions. With regard to the parameters set at outline stage, this is evaluated from paragraph 65 of the officer report. The outline planning permission requires subsequent development to be substantially in accordance with the approved parameters. I'll refer to each of these relevant parameters in turn. Firstly, the proposed use, clinical research and treatment and facilities, and biomedical research and development accords fully with the land use parameter plan, which sets out the types of uses appropriate for this area. In terms of building heights, the approved parameter plans indicate that in this location on the biomedical campus, there should be no greater height than 36 metres above ground level at the northern part of the site. The maximum height parameters include rooftop plant, but at a maximum height of just over 30 metres in the northern section of the building, dropping down to 26 metres in the southern section, the proposed building fully complies with the building heights parameter plan requirement. The drop in heights from north to south across the site can be demonstrated on this drawing of the western elevation. This shows the proposed 2 blocks with a stepping down of heights from Robinson Way to the north to Dame Mary Archway to the south. And this slide also shows the relationship of the new building with the Rosie Hospital, situated on the opposite side of Robinson Way. The Rosie Hospital is approximately 16 metres high to the top of the rooftop parapet. At 30 metres high, the new building is somewhat higher than the Rosie, but well within the building heights parameter plan, which provides for maximum heights of up to 36 metres in this location. The relationship of the new building on the Rosie Hospital was assessed during the pre-application stage and the application stage with the assistance of a sunlight study. This demonstrates that the Rosie forecourt area will receive adequate sunlight. Whilst the southern facade of the building will receive some shading, officers are of the view that the impacts will be acceptable, noting that the scale and massing which was consented through the outline planning permission provides for a higher building in this location. The building has also been assessed in terms of its visual impact in the wider area. This long-range view is shown from the western side of the biomedical campus on the Addenbrooks Road Bridge looking east. From this distance, the building will be assimilated into the existing built forms. Given the context within which the building will be located, the impact is considered to be acceptable. The approved parameter plans also set the extent of the building, and this slide shows the relevant parameter plan and the building footprint. Officers are satisfied that the proposed building footprint is fully compliant with the outlined parameter plans in this regard. I just wanted to take the opportunity to draw attention to the southern extent of the building. The building line extends 6.5 metres beyond the maximum building extent towards Dame Mary Archway to the south. The extent of the southern building line was subject to detailed discussions with officers during the pre-application stage. In considering the acceptability of the extended building line, officers recognised that the original intention of setting the outline parameters, including delivery of meaningful structural landscape planting, can still be delivered along this frontage, and that the building will not create additional harm to the setting. It's the view of officers that the southern building line, as proposed, would still be substantially in accordance with relevant parameter plans and as such compliant with this parameter plan. Parameter plans also seek to control the maximum continuous frontage that can occupy the southern boundary, requiring that buildings occupy no more than 60% of their plot width to Dame Mary Archway, and for the remaining facades to be set back at least 12 metres from this line. The southern facade of the proposed building has a total frontage of 69 metres. This includes a recess approximately 15 metres long, which is set back from 12 metres from the southern facade. Officers are satisfied that the building will meet the requirements of the parameter plans in terms of the required setback sections and maximum 60% continuity along the south-facing elevation. Turning now to look at the phasing of the development. Whilst the application proposals are for a single scheme, it is proposed that it will be delivered in 2 construction phases subject to funding. The Phase 1 accommodation comprises integrated healthcare services. The Phase 2 accommodation comprises additional integrated ward and the expansion of theatres and critical care. The proposals present the finished Phase 1 with a meanwhile landscape use in place on the Phase 2 land should Phase 2 not be built out straight away. Once Phase 2 progresses, the final landscape scheme would be delivered and the final Phase 2 block constructed. This slide demonstrates the proposed landscape meanwhile use, which includes cycle parking for staff and a series of recreational spaces for patients, family members and staff. It is proposed that these will be relocated to phase 2 once built. Whether the scheme pauses at phase 1 or moves straight to phase 2, officers are satisfied that the plans will provide for appropriate landscaping along with access and cycle parking provision always to be in place. Proposed planning condition will secure a site-wide phasing plan and ensure the delivery of the meanwhile uses on the phase 2 land. This shows the ground floor with the phase 2 part of the scheme in place. The staff cycle parking would be relocated to within the ground floor of the phase 2 block, which is down here, and the amenity space would be designed into the building. This slide shows the proposed first floor plan. This demonstrates the stepping back of the northern elevation of the building at ground and first floor level around the entrance on Robinson Way. It then builds out at second floor level to the same building line as further along this elevation here. This is all within the building footprint set out by the outlined parameter plans. I'll just whiz through some of the floor plans now. This is the second floor built out on the northern elevation as described. And this floor is mainly a plant floor with some additional wards. The proposed upper floors, 3 and 4, house the medium tech accommodation. And the scheme has been designed to maximise natural daylight and accessibility to the outdoors through incorporation of light wells and external spaces in the form of terraces. This slide shows the basement plan, which comprises mainly of plant and primary laboratories. The proposed underground service corridor is shown to the north here, which would connect the Children's Hospital with the existing underground service network. The site is identified as being as a high risk of surface water flooding. Historic flooding in the vicinity of the site is associated with high intensity rainfall events causing surface water flooding, with water entering the lower levels of the Rosie Hospital, including the underground service corridor. The application proposals include a full drainage strategy to ensure that the basement is protected from flooding. So there's a range of flood resilience measures. This has been reviewed by the City Drainage Officer and the County Council as lead local flood authority, who raised no objection to the proposals on flood risk grounds, subject to details secured by planning conditions, and recommended conditions 13 and 14 are of relevance here. With regard to the surface water management strategy for the site, a number of SUDs are proposed to fulfil the site drainage requirements. This strategy has also been found acceptable by statutory consultees. Turning to look now at the detailed design of the building, this is best demonstrated through visual images submitted in support of the application. The design rationale for the building is set out comprehensively in the submitted design and access statement. A key requirement for the hospital, identified by children during consultation exercises, was that it should be colourful and playful. The proposed materials palette of 7 colours reflects this desire and is influenced by the wider landscape context of the site. The choice of building materials has been influenced by a number of factors, including context, technical requirements, and the need to minimise embodied carbon. A concrete superstructure provides the required vibration, acoustic and load carrying capacity to enable the building to operate efficiently and safely. Embodied carbon has been reduced using innovative cement replacement technology and optimised design. Details of the materials, including the requirement for sample panels, are secured through recommended conditions. Note that the rooftop plant up here is surrounded by a visually interesting screening which provides an acoustic buffer, and this contrasts visually with the rectilinear form of the building below, and this can be seen better on the next slide here. Shows the rooftop plant here. This is the building from Robinson Way with the Rosie on the right hand side of this image. The proposals have the potential to cause noise disturbance arising from this plant equipment. A noise statement has been submitted and thoroughly reviewed by the City Environmental Health Officer, who has agreed with the methodology and findings subject to recommended planning conditions to control the use of plant generators and services. With these provisions in place, officers are satisfied that the proposals will not have an adverse impact on amenity of the nearest residential properties, which are approximately 50 metres to the southeast of the application site boundary. This image shows the phase 1 building from Dame Mary Archer Way to the south. And this image is looking inside the building, the integration hub, looking west. The landscape strategy for the site seeks to combine hard and soft landscaping to create inclusive and adaptable usable space. A number of trees have been identified as requiring felling. These are the 13 existing pine trees which are along Robinson Way, shown here in the photograph. The trees to be removed are identified as circles within the orange landscaped area on this plan here. The acceptability of the removal of these trees was established at pre-application stage following discussion with the Council's Landscape Officer and review of the arboricultural impact assessment. None of these trees are identified as being of high quality and value, and their loss is justified in these circumstances by the benefits of the development proposals, which will enable a better planned public realm to face Robinson Way. The replacement trees will be of appropriate scale and character, including elm and whitebeam, which grow well in shady conditions. These will be set within planting pits, which provide a better growing space in the long term than the current conditions allow. Replacement planting will be secured by planning condition. With regard to ecology and biodiversity, whilst the outline consent only seeks a net biodiversity enhancement, this project design seeks to embrace biodiversity net gain. Measures are embedded into the scheme, which will result in a biodiversity net gain value of 13%. So turning now to look at transport issues, the transport impact of the wider biomedical campus development was assessed at outline planning stage. The EIA for the outline planning application secured mitigation measures to ensure the transport impact of the CBC development is acceptable. An EIA statement of conformity was submitted with this reserved matters application, which confirms that this scheme is consistent with that previously assessed in the outline environmental statement. There would be no change to trip generation or the transport and accessibility assessment undertaken for the outline planning permission. So with regard to trip generation, the hospital would draw together a number of existing functions within the biomedical campus into one facility, and as such the proposed development would generate a lower number of additional trips than anticipated at outline consent stage. The building will be part of the site-wide travel plan to continue to reduce travel associated with the whole CBC development. Officers are aware that the Hospital Trust is in the process of reviewing this strategy as part of bringing forward a full planning application for the new Cancer Research Hospital later this year. With regard to car parking, an update from the applicant last month confirms that the demand for car parking for the first phase of the development will be limited to 35 spaces, on the basis that the hospital will largely draw together current functions into a single facility. These spaces can be accommodated through existing car parking provision and on-plot disabled car parking provision. With regard to the second phase of the development, this will generate 207 car park spaces. The applicant has confirmed that there are a range of options for accommodating this need across the campus by active management of existing car parking and the site-wide parking strategy. A precise solution will be confirmed nearer to the planned opening of the hospital. A planning condition has therefore been recommended to secure details of car parking provision. With regard to cycle parking, a cycle parking strategy note has been submitted in support of the application. Provision was updated during the course of the application following discussion with the County Council's cycling officer. Staff cycle parking is to be consolidated and will be provided for phase 1 in a secure and covered enclosure on the southern Meanwell landscape. In phase 2, all staff cycle parking will be relocated into 2 permanent cycle storerooms on the ground floor of the phase 2 building. All visitor cycle spaces are provided during phase 1 and will be retained during phase 2. These are located mainly along the northern forecourt of the building, along here, and are situated close to the main entrance, with a 5% share to be provided for wider spaces in accordance with the advice offered by the cycling officer. Provision also includes provision for off-gauge cycles, such as cargo bikes. Whilst it's proposed that the cycle parking will be secure and covered where possible, precise details will be secured through a recommended planning condition. So now finally turning to look at some images of the site. So this is the Rosie Hospital on the left-hand side of the image, and the pine trees which border Robinson Way to the northern side of the site, shown here. This is the southern side of the site, looking down across Dame Mary Archer Way. On the western side is the phase 2 land. Another image of the phase 2 land here. And this is looking back from the southern side of the site looking north to the Rosie Hospital. And this is looking from Dame Mary Archway on the eastern side, looking across to the west of the site. So in summary, officers are satisfied that the proposal is in accordance with the relevant policies of the Cambridge Local Plan and other material considerations. The recommendation is one of approval as set out from paragraph 217 of the agenda, subject to the recommended conditions and informatives, and recognising that the recommendation also seeks to approve the discharge of planning condition 14 of the outline permission in relation to the amenity space strategy. Thank you. I've now finished my presentation.
Very much, Ms. Kelly. So we now turn to public speakers, and we just have one public speaker. This is Karen Charlton, who's speaking on behalf of the applicant, and will make their representations. Ms. Charlton? Oh, she's on the Teams call. Okay, so Ms. Charlton, I just remind you that you have 3 minutes, and I'll stop you when you reach 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Karen Charlton, and I'm the Director of Capital Estates and Facilities at Cambridge University Hospitals. It really has been a privilege to develop the proposal for the Children's Hospital in the Eastern region. It's the only region in the country not to have a hospital dedicated to the care of children. This hospital will bring together mental health, physical health, and integrated translational research into one building to bring to life treating the child and not the illness. The proposals have come together with a truly collaborative approach, not least your officers, but also with staff, parents, carers, and most importantly, the children. An approach to make sure that we have the hospital that will function well and also provide for a welcoming and warm experience. We hope you can see from the drawings and the officer's report that it is our intent that it will be a hospital that will be world class and will provide for the very best inclusive and care experience. Sustainability has remained an embedded ethos in the scheme and has kept us all working really hard to achieve the very best or high sustainability standards that we can, whilst meeting the technical demands of an acute hospital. In line with both emerging NHS and best practice industry standards, we have reviewed both operational and embodied carbon, testing the designs, the specification and material choices. The valuable feedback from committee members at the committee's briefing last August further challenged us to make sure we are making the best decision across the building's entire life cycle. Our sustainability approach addresses more than carbon, and we have strived for outstanding standards in health and well-being to benefit families and staff. Funding from central government has been earmarked for this development, and the committee's endorsement today would help keep the financial commitment on track and would be a significant boost for our community. This will be an NHS building and as part of the wider network of NHS facilities at Addenbrooke's, integrating with existing building infrastructure. Thank you for listening, and we would be most grateful and really proud to receive consent today from the committee so that we can press ahead immediately towards delivery of what will be an exceptional new hospital with an outstanding care offer for children and their families, treating our children in a whole new way, the child and not the illness. Thank you.
Very much, Ms. Charlton. So we now move on to member questions. And I'm going to start. I'd just like, Councillor Williams? Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask if at paragraph 73, Ms. Kelly, there's a description of the continuous frontage, and I just wanted to check. I know the officers have said that overall they feel it meets the terms of the parameter plans. Could you just explain? There's obviously some of the building that's in front 6 metres further south than was intended. And I just wondered, could you just explain how that still complies with the parameter plans, please?
Yes, certainly. I'll just try and find the relevant slide to.
We can't hear you anymore?
Sorry, I'm just,
You're
I was just
probably
talking to myself, trying to
trying to find it.
trying to find the current slide. Okay, so you should now be able to see the parameter plan restriction on the continuous frontage relates to this southern building line. Can you see that? I haven't got my my
No,
red light.
we're seeing you
Oh, okay. Bear with me. Here we
on the
go.
screen.
Can you see that slide
Yes,
now?
yes, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms.
brilliant.
Kelly.
So the frontage relates here on the southern building line, which is this is the parameter plan, and along this southern line there is the restriction that relates to you can't have a continuous building frontage for more than 60% of the extent of that building line. So what we see here is a recessed sort of an indentation of the building which breaks up that frontage. And that recess is for a length of approximately 12 metres. It effectively breaks up the continuous frontage, which results in there isn't a continuous extent in excess of the 60%. So that's where it's demonstrated to comply with that element of the parameter plan with regard to the continuous building frontage element. I hope I've made that clear. It's quite hard to describe, but I hope with the visual you can understand that. Is that all right, Chair? Does that explain it?
Yeah, yes, I think that explains one aspect, but the other aspect, I just wanted to just find out, and I'm not being critical, I just wanted to understand, is the footprint of the building bigger, in other words, further south than it was intended to be in the approved plans, is what I'm trying to drive at. Have they gone over the approved dotted blue line as described in paragraph 76?
Yeah, so the other element, well, there's a number of elements set up through the parameter plans. The other element relates to the footprint of the building and where that sits in the plot. So this dashed blue line here is the sort of the line that was set at outline stage for the extent of the building in this plot to not to go beyond that. Now, the building plot does go 6.5 metres beyond this blue dashed line, but that's deemed acceptable because we have to bear in mind that the outline parameters, the restriction is the wording is that the reserved matters subsequent approval should be generally in accordance with the parameters set at outline stage, and the 6.5 metre increase beyond this blue line is considered generally acceptable, taking into consideration a number of other factors, in that the reason for restricting the development beyond into this white space was to ensure that there was a good structural landscaping buffer, so that the building would sit well with its environment and that it wouldn't be visually intrusive and sort of compromise the wider site. And because the scheme still delivers the general vision that was envisaged at outline stage in drawing up these parameters, and mindful of the fact that the restriction on development in accordance with the parameter plans is quite flexible because it refers to being generally in accordance, the fact that the building footprint does exceed by 6.5 metres beyond that blue dashed line is considered acceptable.
Thank you very much. And the other point I wanted to ask was at paragraph 130, you refer to the access routes and points, and this is on page 62 of our agendas, and it says visitors will park at the multi-storey car park and walk along Robinson Way to the main entrance. I just wanted to check if there is an option for car drop-off, should that be necessary? And if so, where?
Sorry, car drop-off. What do you mean?
So car dropping off somebody at the hospital and then going away to park at the car park. If somebody, for any reason, was unable to walk in.
Oh, yes, yes, there was be provision for drop-off bays and temporary bays to enable exactly that to happen. Yes.
And are those the ones on the east side of the building?
I'll just show they'll be on the, so just bear with me while I find a site plan.
Just wondering how far people have to walk to get to
Oh,
the hospital.
okay. So there'll be drop-off bays on the frontage. There's dedicated disabled parking spaces on the eastern side of the site. But in terms of proximity to car parking, I think we just have to be, I mean, there are car parks in the vicinity of the site, and we also have to be alive to the fact that the precise car parking strategy at this stage hasn't been confirmed, and it won't be confirmed until nearer to the opening of the building. But we do have a planning condition which will require the details of the car parking to be provided, to be signed off by the planning authority prior to the opening of the hospital. I do have a plan of existing parking areas.
I was just wondering how
that
far
would
it is
help.
to the car park. Is what I was one of the things I was trying to get to.
Can you see that slide? This is the site here, and there's the multi-storey car park along Robinson Way, which I believe is the closest to the site. So there is existing parking in proximity, but it will require a walk. It's not on-site parking that has been provided.
So, thank you. Okay, fine. So, members, you had questions. Councillor John Williams.
Thank you. My questions are about the transport issues. I noticed from paragraph 130 that there's no mention of access by public transport or by pedestrians. And so I wanted to ask the applicant what percentage of visitors and staff are expected to attend the Children's Hospital by public transport. And I wanted to ask Philippa where the nearest bus stops are to this development, and also where the safe pedestrian routes are and the safe crossing points for pedestrians from both the existing car parks and from those bus stops, because it's not clear from the report or from the diagrams that there are any provision made for visitors and staff to arrive by public transport and safe walking routes from those bus stops and from the car parks, from the public parking areas. Thank you.
Could I come back, please, Chair?
Certainly, Ms. Kelly.
Okay, so I would like to show you where those various elements are referred to. So there is a bus stop literally right outside the facility. It's around here. You can actually see it marked
Sorry,
on this
could
plan.
you use your laser pointer? We can't. I'm finding it difficult to see where you are.
Bear with me while I try and find it. Can you see my cursor? I'm afraid I haven't got the PowerPoint on, but can you see my cursor moving or
I
not?
can see your arrow. It's on the right-hand side
That's it.
of the
There we go.
diagram at the moment.
It actually says bus stop. It's an existing bus stop which serves the site, and it's literally outside the eastern side of the building. So that's existing provision. There are also a number of pedestrian crossings. So to the north, there's existing traffic lights and crossings here. There's also at the entrance to the building, there's an existing zebra crossing, pedestrian crossing that takes you over to the Rosie. So within this area, it's actually quite well already provided for pedestrian and cycle accessibility. Having walked around this particular area a number of times and cycled through as well, the existing provision is quite good. There does need to be an improvement with signposting and waymarking. That'll come as part of the scheme implementation, but there is a condition, I believe, that does relate to additional signage that is needed. But existing provision in terms of bus stops accessibility for those that don't come by private car is already being provided. And I'm sure as part of the Hospital Trust's wider strategies, they will be looking to improve these aspects as well.
Ms Kelly, Councillor Williams asked about how many staff will be expected to travel to work by public transport. And so that's one thing. The other thing is I noticed that there is, you having pointed it out, there is also a bus stop right next to the front entrance, as well as car drop-off points there. But could you address the point about the number of staff who are likely to come by public transport? And also, it occurs people coming from the train station.
Sorry, I just missed that last question, Councillor Bradnam. Your audio cut out.
My microphone failed for a moment. Okay, so I was just reiterating Councillor Williams's question about how many staff will be expected to attend using public transport, and the likely route. My added question was the likely route from the railway station, and would that be by a shuttle bus, and how would that work?
So I don't have the current information relating to the travel modes of the staff at the hospital. I do know that it is reviewed and it's monitored by the Hospital Trust, but I don't have the current information that was provided to me in respect of this planning application, unfortunately. But I do know that the Trust is seeking to reduce the reliance upon the private motor vehicle, and that they are seeing a reduction overall in the number of dependent users of the private motor vehicle. I think their aspiration is for, I think, a 20% use of the private cars, and certainly from what I've been advised is that the trends do look like they are with the measures that are being implemented across the wider campus, that they are seeking to, this is actually happening and they are moving towards a reduction. In terms of accessibility from the train station, there's a number of routes through for cyclists, walkers already. There's no provision, I'm aware, for a shuttle bus. I don't know what the public transport provision is. That I would have believed would have been part of a mitigation package secured at outline stage and implemented through the outline permission. But I'm afraid I can't be any more specific than that at this stage.
I'd like to ask Mr. Stephen Kelly to just come back on the transport plan issues to try and elucidate the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there are, in respect of access to the railway station, of course, the railway station doesn't actually have planning permission at this moment in time, so there's no obligation to connect to it. Certainly the conversations that the Shared Planning Service and the Council is having, and also the GCP with the Hospital Trust, is about a comprehensive response to managing both routing by public transport, but also the travel patterns of staff. And the hospital, it might be helpful to hear from the speaker on behalf of the NHS, because I know that they are actively working on active travel planning, not only as part of this proposal, but as part of the wider objectives for the service, for the site as a whole. And that includes working with GCP and the County Council and the Planning Authority.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. So Karen Charlton, could you give us some insight into the plans for the transport plan?
Yes, certainly. Thank you for that. So access to the hospital is really important, and it is, we recognise that this is a really important aspect for our neighbours as well. So we do have an active travel policy, and has served us well. And as the campus is growing, the integration with the wider campus is really important. So we continue to encourage people to come to the hospital site by public transport, walking and cycling, and we can see that it's around just over 4 in 10 people come to the hospital by motor vehicle. And so we already have seen a significant modal shift and have maintained that modal shift. I think we are working well with GCP, and we provide consultation responses to all of the consultations around improving public transport. So to make the hospital more accessible, we have got the Voy scooters and bicycle share scheme. We have got eligibility criteria for staff coming to work, so that we can make sure that only those staff that really have to come by motor vehicle come by motor vehicle, and others are displaced to come via public transport, park and ride, walking and cycling. And we've got a salary sacrifice scheme for people to buy bicycles, etc. So we are really, as Mr. Kelly said, around, the Cambridge South Station does not yet have planning permission, but that is for us. We absolutely welcome that. It'll be really opening up a number of corridors for us. And then we are working on with GCP on the integration into the campus with the CSET schemes. So we've got a number of pieces of work ongoing. Each in its own is not going to be most effective. So we need a package of measures, and we continue to work on that. And as the case officer has mentioned, in terms of the wider parking strategy, as Cambridge Cancer comes forward as well. The way in which our master plan is also developing is really looking to make sure that as the development on the phase 1 land comes forward, that we have got a permeable structure, that we really make sure that we have effective and safe and pleasant routes for people to walk through the campus, connecting the various components. And yes, our bus station is at the front of the hospital. It has served us well over the last 20 years, but that also needs to be reviewed in the wider context of other public transport schemes coming forward. So maybe not a very succinct answer, but we have got a number of measures, and we continue to work with our partners on site and off site, and continue with some of the measures we have in terms of limiting car park access. Also, because we don't have the access to all of those car parking spaces, and we've taken a decision some time ago, as you'll know, to concentrate car parking that we do have into high quality multi-storey car parks to ensure that we've got a safe experience for patients and visitors and also staff, and that we can maximise or optimise the use of the land that we do have.
Very much. I have two other speakers, but I just want to come back to Councillor John Williams and just ask if you are.
Thank you very much. I am, but in a way, I am happy regarding this application, but I do feel that we are still a bit in the dark as to the overall transport plan for the site. And can I urge, the NHS to come forward with that plan as soon as possible, because we are being asked to make decisions without the full knowledge of the transport impacts and that are associated with those decisions.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Perhaps Mr. Kelly could come back and make a comment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think that concern is really clearly understood, and the trust are right on one level in that they don't. Obviously, AstraZeneca's headquarters are in the phased opening. There's a separate travel plan for that, as there are for Papworth and others. And Councillor Williams makes a really good point about how do you draw all of that together into a single cogent strategy, because we're very conscious of the concerns that are happening elsewhere. That is a conversation that is continuing, and as Philippa highlighted, there will be no further development under the outline planning permission that was originally granted. Any further plots coming forward will require a new consent and a new transport strategy sitting underneath that. We are at the same time, those people who've seen the first proposals document, seeking to bring together a much more cogent transport strategy for the whole site, working with the partners in an arrangement that the biomedical campus have come together around to try and address early, not only the big infrastructure issues, but actually the practical issues of things like wayfinding and collective travel planning, as opposed to individual travel planning that's happening in individual buildings, because that isn't an effective long-term way of looking at the site.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. Okay, moving on. I have questions from Councillor K.G. Thornborough and then Councillor Jocelyn Scott.
This is actually following on from Councillor Williams's point. One thing I'm interested in is how we can comply with the Equalities Act and provide for the needs of travellers who access the whole of the Addenbrooke sites. I'm aware from when I was a ward councillor in Trumpington that the travellers would come specifically and park in some of the common areas to access the Rosie Maternity Hospital. And obviously they know when they would need to be accessing that, but I'm sure that they'll be needing to access this children's hospital. And we're very good at looking at the disability adapted parking spaces, but I think we really need to consider the travelling community as well, because they are prevented from parking in places like park and rides and then moving to the medical accommodation. And they would also have a great difficulty accessing the multi-storey car parks. So it's, and again, this is, I don't think we've picked this up adequately in our local plan policies, but you know, there's a higher level act, and also the inspector who examined our local plan policies did say that we needed to look into and consider the travellers' needs. So again, it may not be specifically for this application, although I think that part of our community will need access, and I'm not sure if it's actually being provided, or can we somehow ensure that it is considered for the larger travel plan for the whole area.
So for clarification, you're talking about the Gypsy and Traveller community, aren't you? Yeah. Thank you. And that's a very good point. Thank you. So perhaps, yeah, Mr. Kelly, perhaps you can respond.
I mean, I think it's a really important point, and we're very aware of it and trying to identify that long-term need. I think, and it, as you rightly say, Councillor Thornborough, it's a wider strategic policy issue. I think we need to be really clear, though, in separating that out from what is a reserved matters application pursuant to an outline. So it wouldn't be appropriate to consider it in this context for this application, but as you know, we're doing a needs assessment at the moment with colleagues from both housing teams, and we're acutely conscious of the challenge and the particular needs of everyone, but including the Gypsy and Traveller community as we look forward for the next phase of the local plan.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Councillor Jocelyn Scott.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd just like to continue with this aspect as well, as raised by Councillor Wilson. My understanding is that with regard to cycling, I know that when the Westbrook Centre was developed in West Chesterton that I represent, there was reference to some plan that businesses can introduce that actually encourages, it's an incentive to people to cycle. So that's the first aspect. I'm wondering whether what the plan is and whether it remains and whether it's being incorporated here. And then the second point is that I'm sure there's, just on the provision of electrical charging points, that's absolutely crucial, because there are people who have no choice but to use cars, and therefore we should be encouraging that sort of car use. But the final point I'd just like to raise is that we all applaud the action that the Greater Cambridge Partnership is taking in relation to its overall access to the city and transport plan. At the same time, overall plans do take time to develop. It's pleasing to know that the National Health Service is cognisant of that action, and as I understood it, was working together with the Greater Cambridge Partnership. At the same time, we know that when Camborne was developed, there was no infrastructure for transport, so people had no choice but to get into their cars in order to access the city or their jobs and so on. And we don't want this happening in this case because people are hanging on until the Greater Cambridge Partnership has developed its plan. So my trust or hope would be that while that plan is in the offing and the National Health Service working together with the Greater Cambridge Partnership in that, it doesn't mean that things will be left on hold, and we'll be holding our breath until that happens. There are measures that need to be taken in the interim. Thank you.
Very much. I can't see any other questions. Oh, Councillor Porrer.
So just very quick thing. Firstly, just to welcome so much of this development. We often moan at planning about things that are wrong. There's a lot that's right here. Passive house, cargo bike provision, meanwhile use, electrics, not gas, and echoing the provision for the GRT community for something to consider elsewhere. Two very quick questions. Could the officer confirm that relating to travel, the existing conditions are sufficient that when we move to phase 2, we could then impose a sort of ongoing travel plan if we need to? And secondly, I just wanted to query the proposed timings of phase 1 and 2. So I noticed obviously we're not restricting the time under condition 1, which is fine by me. So I just wondered if we had an indication of how likely it was that they would be built out together, and if not, what the delay would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Porrer. Ms Kelly, could you respond?
Yes, certainly. With regard to the anticipated phasing, that is dependent on funding, and so at this stage I understand that it's not possible to provide any firmer information about the timings, although it is obviously the aspiration to build out as one. We don't have any clarity at this stage about how it would work in reality. We do require a phasing plan. I believe it's proposed condition 25, which requires details of the sequence in timing for the delivery of the development. That's condition 25 on your agenda. And in terms of, there was a question about, can we require a subsequent travel plan under phase 2? We would not be looking to seek an additional travel plan as part of the phased approach. We're satisfied that the scheme is compliant with the original travel plan which was set at outline stage, and we're not seeking any additional travel plan requirements as part of this reserved matters application.
Councillor Daunton.
Thank you. My question relates to paragraph 50 on page 49, and that's the outdoor gardens, the gardens, courtyards and green links. Maybe we could be reminded of the detail of those, please.
Certainly,
Kelly?
I think,
Thank you.
yes, let me just, what I will do is I will look at, I'll provide the meanwhile plan, the meanwhile space plan, and just show that to you all. So bear with me while I just share my screen to show the, can you see this slide which is titled Location of Visitor Cycle Parking?
I'm afraid we can't, Ms Kelly. We're not seeing you at the moment. That looks promising. Yes, we've got it.
Okay, brilliant. So this is the meanwhile landscaped use for the phase 1, and it's on the land of the phase 2. So we have outdoor space, amenity area, landscaped meanwhile use. This would be relocated to be provided within the phase 2 building when the phase 2 scheme comes online. And then in terms of additional outdoor and amenity space, there are ward gardens and terraces. I believe I showed you the indication of that on one of the floor plans that the building does provide for, and there would be also rooftop space as well for amenity provision as well as part of the phase 2. So that would be so what you see here would be accommodated elsewhere within the phase 2 aspect of the development when that comes online.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Smith.
Good point. I just want to make 2 points. The first relates to section 143 on page 64 in respect to accommodating the phase 2 parking needs. Bullet points, and they are offering an and/or. I think just reflecting a lot of the views that have been expressed by committee members this morning, I think there must be a preference for the second bullet point of managing down the parking demand to create headroom within the existing car parks within the hospital, capitalising on the modal shift potential of the major transport schemes proposed, and reflecting the improving modal shift being delivered through the Cambridge Biopark.
Mr. Smith, would you like to take your mask off while you're speaking, as it would make that a little bit clearer? Thank you.
And I think that also reflects with the work that's been referred to by the Greater Cambridge Partnership as well. This is the future for modal mix in this city, and I think that is the approach that is strongly preferred as arising from this, and as this relates to condition 26. The second point I want to make relates to page 73, section 205, where there is it relates to the the carbon emissions from the operations of a building. And it points to the Paris-proof target for operation emissions of 110 kilowatt hours per square metre per annum in a building. And the target for this new hospital building is going to be less than 150 kilowatt hours per square metre per annum. That is leading edge practice, in my view. And this is a substantial improvement on current operational carbon emissions. I want to just draw the point from that the reference to using the PHPP methodology for passive house and renewables needs to be an approach that we need to embed in policy in this emerging local plan, because if we're going to have any chance of saving the planet, this is the kind of thing that we're going to be doing, and this is a big technical advance, and we're privileged to have an outstanding energy strategy manager in this shared planning service that's supporting us through this work. So I can really commend this this proposition and this development overall. It really is outstanding and exceptional, and we're very, very lucky it's coming to this city.
Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. One of the things you mentioned raised another question that I had, which I just wanted to ask Ms. Kelly. At paragraph 201, which is just over the page from the other page, opposite page from the one that Councillor Smith mentioned, in 201 and 202, it refers to passive house principles, but also opening windows. And I just that kind of rang a bell in my head, because I thought passive house always was a sort of sealed system. I wondered if you could explain that, or perhaps we need to go back to Karen Charlton.
I'm afraid I'm not the sustainability expert in this particular case. I'm afraid my technical knowledge doesn't extend to be able to advise in respect of your question, Councillor Bradnam.
Mr. Kelly says he will come in.
I wouldn't pretend to be an expert, and unfortunately Emma Davis is not on the call, but my understanding is that clearly elements of building performance relate to airtightness. But there are also well-being considerations that come into play, particularly around passive ventilation methods and so on, including opening windows. So I'd be guided by your expert, who isn't here, unfortunately, in terms of Emma Davis, when she says, echoing Councillor Smith, that this is a very impressive performance for a contemporary building, and in a sense acknowledge that the precise way in which they achieve these objectives, there is obviously an ambition here to be outstanding, and I think that's material to the assessment of the scheme, but the precise mechanism is probably something that needn't trouble the committee in detail. As it says, the precise calculations are still pending because elements of the specification of the building are still in development.
Just my natural curiosity. Okay. And one final thing, we are assured that despite paragraph 166 being advised that the area is a high risk, has a high risk of surface water flooding, we have been reassured by the drainage engineers and the resilience report that this is something that they are satisfied is being dealt with properly. Perhaps Ms. Kelly, you could mention that, respond to that.
Yes, certainly. So whilst recognising that the area is identified at a high risk from flooding, there have been submitted to accompany the application a robust drainage strategy, which does include a range of flood resilience measures. That information has been thoroughly reviewed by the City Drainage Officer and also the lead local flood authority, County Council. They're happy that the resilience measures that are provided will prevent any flooding of the basement. It will not be an issue. We can secure the measures through a suite of planning conditions, which you will find in the report. So we're comfortable that there is not an issue in terms of flood concerns. Thank you.
Sorry, just one final, this again probably is for a technical officer, but the informative about dewatering on page 185, it's number 6 informative. I had really hoped that we would have perhaps an officer here to explain it, because the paragraph that says, it's talking about dewatering. So this is removing water from aggregate whilst in the process of construction. And it says, the Environment Agency assesses applications to abstract water against local water availability. In groundwater bodies where water is already fully committed, there is a presumption against issuing new consumptive groundwater licenses. So I'm not sure what that means. And then, however, down at the bottom of that paragraph, at the bottom of the page, it says, however, in such cases, a consumptive groundwater license may not be issued long term, and the applicant must ensure that any construction is engineered such that permanent dewatering will not be required. This is especially important if the development is proposing subsurface structures such as basements. So please could you explain the meaning of that bit?
I'm happy to take that, Chair. So this is a recommended informative from the Environment Agency. And essentially, when construction takes place, it's important to ensure that that you deal with any water that might seep in during the construction process from groundwater. Dewatering relates to extraction greater than 20 cubic metres a day. It relates to the need for an abstraction licence from the Environment Agency. An extraction licence won't be issued long term, so therefore it's very important that this is dealt with and mitigated against during the construction stage. Now, a site-wide construction environmental management plan was approved as part of the outline permission back in December 2011. And the condition of the outline approval, one of them requires the submission of a construction method statement in accordance with the construction management plan prior to the commencement of the development of any reserve matters phase. And that outline condition requires details of drainage control measures. Now, for the avoidance of doubt, if members are concerned about the dewatering and feel that we need to maybe just ensure that that the proposal has regard to that and doesn't have an issue, members may wish to replicate that as a standalone condition for this application. But I also do note that condition 12 that's recommended on this particular application relating to construction phase requires details of how additional surface water runoff from the site will be avoided. Perhaps that condition, should you wish, Chair, could be widened the scope of to include groundwater removal as well. So we're asking for details and requiring how this is avoided during construction works.
Be an excellent idea, I think. So. Just from your explanation, I think the reason for the debar in number 6 is that one shouldn't then rely. You might have a basically wet site, but you have construction methods that enable you to build on it. But you shouldn't be relying on abstraction to keep the site clear of water long term, and that's why the abstraction licence is not issued long term. But yes, I'd be very happy if you wanted to add in, or if we as a committee wanted to add in the strengthening at paragraph 12, if you think that might, to include groundwater. I think that might be helpful. Do members agree with that? Oh, sorry, Councillor Thornborough, do you want to come in?
This isn't a very good place to sit to get your attention.
Sorry, I do
It's
apologise.
Okay. I completely agree, and I have real concerns about this from other sites and the basement construction. And I know my understanding is that there is a huge amount of water in this area, and even on some of the other sites, which are exceptionally well designed as far as the construction process is concerned, that there have been issues with the amount of water, depending on what time of year they're actually undertaking the construction. Really, really excessive amounts of underground water and very high pressures. So I do feel that this is would be an important part to pick up, because of the, as you say, we do not want constant dewatering after the site's complete.
Okay, so it seems to, thank you. And members, if I don't see you, do please speak, just to ask. I'm sorry I didn't see you earlier. So, Ms Kelly, do you think it might be possible then to add into that condition 12, or perhaps I should be asking Stephen Kelly, if it would be possible to add in condition 12 after that sentence that says, nothing shall commence until details of measures indicating how additional surface water runoff from the site and groundwater, incursion of groundwater, will be avoided during the construction works? Or would you like to suggest a wording?
I think Philippa Kelly had a suggestion of improving the condition to capture the issue of groundwater. My only note of caution around that is obviously in terms of the process, we would be seeking the advice of the Environment Agency throughout, and it would be important not to be in conflict with the Environment Agency, who have the statutory responsibility for this particular issue in the assessment of the scheme. The only other point I note is that this is a pre-commencement condition. And my understanding of some of the groundwater challenges that individual construction sites have found is that they arise post-commencement, and it's quite difficult then to think about how we will know ahead of anything starting what the problems are going to be that need to be fixed. So I think as long as there's an understanding that in some respects there's a statement in the submission relating to condition 12 that outlines an approach, we probably won't be able to. And indeed, it would be very cumbersome to go through, once they've discovered a groundwater problem, a Section 73A application to vary the condition and then get your approval to vary the condition and so on, whilst water was pouring into basements. Yes. So I think on a practical level, we can seek clarification on how they might approach it through condition 12. But I would urge kind of tying the developer's hands faced with a particular problem too tightly through specific details that you're then notionally would be in breach of if you departed from them.
Could I ask, would it be helpful to hear what Ms Kelly had proposed as a suggested wording? Did you have a suggestion for us, Ms Kelly?
I do. It was just simply in the first sentence, just the addition. I'll just read it out. So no development, including preparatory work, shall commence, and details of measures including how additional surface water runoff from the site and incursion of groundwater will be avoided during the construction work.
That was my suggestion too. We're of the same mind. So, Mr Kelly, do you think that would be reasonable?
That would be appropriate, absolutely, with,
Great,
with the safeguards I've identified.
So, would it be helpful to take an indication from members at this time, just whether they would agree with that additional wording? Do you want to just do a show of hands? And Ms Councillor Scott, do you agree with that additional wording? Yeah, great, lovely. So that's unanimous. Thank you. So can we make a note to amend in that way condition 12? Okay, thank you. Were there any further questions or observations? I can't see any. Okay, so, right. So I think we maybe are in a position to come to the recommendation, which is on page 75 of our agendas. So, please could the Joint Director of Planning and Economic Development read out the recommendation contained on page 75 of the agenda with reference to any amendments so that we can be clear what we're voting on.
Thank you. There's two recommendations on page 75, but you'll need to vote on each one of them. The first recommendation is to approve planning permission of reserve matters application reference 21043336/REM, subject to the planning conditions and informatives listed below in this report, obviously noting the amendment that has just been considered to the condition 12, with authority delegated to officers to undertake appropriate minor amendments to those conditions and informatives prior to the issue of permission.
I imagine we'll take these both together, won't we? So do you want
as long as members are happy to do so, yes. Recommendation 2 is to approve the discharge of planning condition 14 around the amenity space strategy of outline planning condition permission 060796/OUT insofar as it relates to the Cambridge Children's Hospital proposals.
Thank you, Mr Kelly. So, members, we know what we're voting for. Can I just ask members to raise their hands if they are in support of those two recommendations? To me, to be unanimous. And we are 2, 4, 5, 6. You're 11 in the room. Thank you. Thank you very much, members. So, moving on then, we move to agenda item 5, which is on page 97 of our agenda. It relates to application number 21-04337/FUL, land at Robinson Way, Addenbrooke's Hospital, Queen Edith Ward, and it relates to construction of an underground service corridor to serve the proposed new Cambridge Children's Hospital. So, Ms Kelly, would you like to introduce the report, please?
Hello there, yes. I will just prepare my PowerPoint presentation and share that with you all. Just bear with me one moment. Can you see that now, please?
Great, we can see it. Thank you.
Super, thank you. So this is a full planning application for the construction of an underground service corridor. This would link to the new Cambridge Children's Hospital, and it would link to the existing underground service network. The network is primarily used for the movement of goods, deliveries and waste, and is essential to the operation of the Children's Hospital. Members will be familiar with the site location from the previous item. The tunnel would be located to the north of the proposed Children's Hospital, extending northwards from the hospital under an existing road which runs along the eastern side of the Rosie Hospital. Here is a better location plan. You'll see here, this is the red rectangle is the site to which we're referring to, adjacent the Rosie Hospital, an existing road here. And here's some photos. This is the view towards the site of the Children's Hospital on the road in question, and looking north down with the Rosie Hospital on the side here. So it literally would be a tunnel connecting underground here, the corridor. The corridor will connect to the existing network to the north and to the north of the corridor to the north, and would link to the south with the Children's Hospital here. Following construction, temporarily diverted services will be reconnected and the existing road surface would be reinstated. An emergency extraction hatch is identified here on the plan that will be visible above ground. This will take the form of a solid infill panel, the details of which have been recommended to be secured by planning condition. This plan shows more detail at basement level. It identifies the connection to the existing network. The existing network is here. Oh, sorry, I've just sped on a little bit too quickly here. Sorry, the existing network here shows how it will connect underground to the hospital to the south here. The bottom of the service corridor is around 5 metres below the surface of the top of the tunnel. Ventilation to both the basement of the Children's Hospital and the adjoining corridor will be produced by mechanical and natural means. And the applicant has confirmed that this service corridor will be fully compliant with building regulations. And the building regulations cover all aspects of the design of this service corridor, including fire, ventilation and accessibility. Flood mitigation measures are included in the proposals, recognising that a source of potential water ingress is from existing issues within the Rosie basement. Protection measures are proposed to protect the corridor from water entering from the Rosie Hospital. These comprise an emergency flood barrier and the ability to collect and remove any water which has entered the tunnel. The proposals have been reviewed by the Drainage Officer and the County Council's lead local flood authority. They recognise that flooding is appropriately addressed through these protection measures. There are a number of planning conditions recommended in accordance with the advice offered to secure the final detail of the protective measures and to ensure that the flood resilience measures are fully operational upon completion. So these submitted cross sections shows how the tunnel slopes away from the existing Rosie Hospital corridor and has flood mitigation and water collection points within at the base of the slope here. A flood barrier system will protect the corridor from potential water ingress from the hospital basement. With these measures in place, the risk of flooding, slippage or stagnant water is mitigated and non-slip finish will be used throughout. And with regard to the gradient of the service corridor, this has been designed to accommodate a change in levels across the site. The slope gradient has been reduced as far as practical. It will not be greater than 1 in 20 to ensure it is as accessible as possible. And the slope gradient will also be aligned with the relevant building regulations. A number of trees are located near the proposed service corridor, 2 of which are considered to be potentially affected by the proposed excavations. Protective measures will be taken to prevent damage to the retained trees. An impact assessment and tree protection plan to ensure the protection of those features is recommended to be secured by a planning condition. This application is recommended for approval as set out from paragraph 57 of the committee report, subject to the recommended planning conditions. Thank you. I've now finished my slideshow.
Very much, Ms. Kelly. Members,
Chair, I think there's a public speaker on this item.
oh, okay, thank you. Sorry, yes. So, Ms. Charlton, would you like to come back and talk to us about this from your point of view?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the committee's approval of the Children's Hospital. It's the big part of making this happen. So the planning application now in front of you, as Ms. Kelly set out, is the underground link connecting the Children's Hospital to the existing hospital infrastructure. And we have an extensive underground infrastructure, and that is really ideal for us, and is really one of the main philosophies of how our hospital operates, to ensure that all of the servicing and deliveries happen via the underground connection, so that we keep this away from the shared public areas and patient areas as well. So it reduces conflict in terms of patients finding their way, visitors and staff as well. So this is not a link connection for general use by the public, by patients or by staff. It is mainly for facilities management and servicing. And then hopefully you've been able to see that the connection has been carefully designed to ensure that there's the gentle gradients to allow it to be used safely, also recognising the changing levels. Full technical and drainage design is part of the scheme, and will deal with the surface drainage and the groundwater drainage safely and fully. So overall, it remains for me to say that we'll be grateful to receive consent to this underground connection that is in effect the missing link and the main link between the main hospital as is and the Cambridge Children's Hospital. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Charlton. So, members, have you any questions for either the officer or Ms. Charlton? Councillor John Williams.
Thank you, Chair. This is probably one for the applicant. If you look at cross-section 3, you see that the emergency water collection point then feeds into the drainage system, which I assume is the general drainage system, surface water drainage system for the hospital. Reference is made in paragraph 56 of historic events of flooding within the existing underground tunnels, and I understand that this is an ongoing problem in some parts of the network. What happens to that water? Because you know, there is a high possibility that water is contaminated, and it's not explained what happens when that water from the network goes into the hospital or the site drainage system. Is it held within a balancing pond before being released to the water course, or what happens to that? How do we protect the surface water from that discharge from the tunnels? It's not made clear here. As I say, the diagram just says it's connected to the drainage system, but what happens to it?
Thank you. Let's ask Ms. Charlton answer that, and I can see that Councillor Thornborough would also like to speak.
Okay, thank you very much, Jen. Thank you for the question. So that's a very technical question. I'm going to give you a general approach. So a lot of the drainage around our site, it has got attenuation tanks, so that it is all monitored before it's discharged into the main services. So it's not, it just doesn't sit there and then gets, it doesn't just soak away. The flooding, I think there's small pockets of that in some places. I know that there's been at this committee's briefing in the summer, there was a particular comment about flooding and the link between Addenbrooke's and Papworth. And that is a specific issue, that a construction issue that is being dealt with by Papworth and with their constructors. So I think I wouldn't want the committee to think that we have loads of flooding as a consequence of the underground system. There is a particular isolated issue that is being dealt with by the constructors and Royal Papworth. So as I said, we've got attenuation tanks, and so and whatever we discharge into Hobson's conduit and other places is being monitored. So hopefully give you some indication that it's not something that just is left or contaminates.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms Charlton. And we have at conditions 10 and 11 a requirement that prior to commencement of the new Children's Hospital basement service corridor, detailed design of the flood resilience works must be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. So we do have some assurance that that will be looked at before. Councillor Thornborough.
Again, following on from Councillor Williams's point, my understanding is that for the whole of this site, there is the surface water drainage does go into Hobson's conduit, and there is a legal agreement in place so that Hobson's conduit actually, there's a financial agreement so that they can maintain, not the brook, Hobson's brook, it can be maintained in accordance with the additional water that's going into that. So is that actually part of the planning process? Are we the extra load into the brook and the agreement that's in place there, is that part of the planning process and pre-application negotiations to come to this approval? And it's the other thing is that in designing a standalone building, it's to deal with the groundwater is a technical problem that can be solved. The most difficult technical problem is connecting the new building to the existing. So the weak point is the joint between the new and the existing, and therefore almost the condition that we were talking about for the previous application is actually more relevant here than the other one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough. And I note in the informative 2 on page 113, this is talking about, number 1 talks about Environment Agency permitting, and number 2 talks about groundwater and contaminated land. And it does say, we've reviewed the application and have the following informative regarding any potential construction dewatering, as this may require future licences or permits from the Environment Agency. If the developer is unsure of their licence permit requirements, we strongly encourage them to have pre-app discussion with the Environment Agency. And that's all to do with dewatering, but I'm hoping that they will also be encouraged to have discussions about the general principles of the high water table at the site and how that's going to be managed as part of that condition related to the actual application we've just approved as well. Mr. Kelly, could you comment on that, perhaps?
I think in strict terms, obviously, the condition must be related to the permission in front of it, so it has to satisfy that statutory test. And so, noting the concerns around that have been expressed about where the captured water, how it's treated and how it's addressed, I think it's appropriate.
Hang on, do pause for a moment, just one moment. I'll get your glass of water.
Comment on this. Thank you.
Ms. Kelly, did you want to comment at all on this in the interim?
Yeah, yes, if I may. I was going to make the comment that in pre-application and application discussions, we did not drill down as far as what happens to any collected water. Now, I wonder whether within the scope of recommended condition 10, which relates to detailed flood resilience measures, we incorporate some additional words, and I'll just read out what I think, having heard the discussion, might be appropriate. So the existing line would read as follows: prior to commencement of the new Children's Hospital basement service corridor, detailed design of the flood resilience works, including measures for treating and disposing of collected water, must be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority.
Okay, we've had a round of applause from the whole room, so I think that sounds very welcome. So, including measures for treating and disposing. Certainly, just one moment. Yes, certainly do. Councillor Thornborough.
I do wonder whether the Hobson's Trust shouldn't be consulted on this sort of application where the water, ground surface water, is going into Hobson's Brook, and the implications for, as we know, the greater volume of water going into the brook, and the need for additional maintenance. My understanding is there's some things in place to deal with that, but we just need to be certain that that's adequate. Thank you.
I think I'd urge a bit of caution about introducing an obligation around consultation, but certainly what we can do is take away, because clearly the system at large is the issue that we need to kind of properly understand, and the contribution of this scheme to it. So recognising the concern, I think and obviously Philippa has also heard the conversation, I think if you... It's going to be a good day today. I think I would encourage you to leave it to officers.
That was leave it to officers. I think the officers would hopefully bring into any discussions the authorities that would be affected by the decisions that they were about to make. Can we leave that as an informative for the officer to incorporate any appropriate consultees in that consideration?
Yes, sorry about that. Yes, it's something certainly we will pick up as we look at the discharge of that condition as revised.
Okay. Thank you very much. Were there any other questions, members? No. Okay, so shall we move to the recommendation, which is on page 108, paragraph 57 of our agenda. Shall I read this out? The recommendation is for that officers recommend that the Planning Committee approve the planning application 21/04337/FUL, subject to the conditions and informatives listed below, as we have amended at item 10. Authority delegated to officers to undertake minor amendments of those conditions and informatives prior to issue of the planning permission. So, members, we know what we're voting on. Can I ask if you are in agreement with that recommendation to raise your hand now? Okay, and that's unanimous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you very much indeed, members. Right, I propose a pause. Thank you very much indeed for that, members. I propose a pause at this point, and it is 11:20. Can I propose a pause? How are we going to proceed after this point? Is Councillor Smart Appoint ready to come in? Or do we want a pause?
I need you in 10 minutes.
Okay. So, members, can I give you until, let's say, 22:12, please. So that gives you actually... Oh, okay, he's closer than we thought. Okay, 11:30. Okay, quite at past, and the committee will resume. Thank you very much indeed, but for myself, bye-bye for now.
we are live now, councillors. So welcome back to the next item of this meeting, Joint Development Control Committee. Just get my screen working a moment. There we are, item 6. So National Institute for Agricultural Botany, otherwise known as NYAB, is the acronym, Hinton Road. Speakers on this item. Neil Jenham, you're here. Hello, Neil. Hi. Olivia Lazarus. Statement read out, that's okay. She's having a statement read out. Marie-Louise Holland is speaking online, I presume, not here.
Online, or we have a statement, Chair.
Thanks, Sue. Just had it confirmed to me that there'll be online or a statement from Marie-Louise Holland. And then we've got the agent, Peter McEwen, who is here, I believe. I thought I saw Peter earlier. Yes, hi, Peter. Hello. Then we've got ward councillors and councillors. So before we start, it might be good just to confirm, James, the councillor. Is it a good time now, do you think, just to confirm the councillors who will be debating this item? Could I ask you to do that?
It's just a roll call, Chair.
Okay, let's do that then. So the reason I say that is because it's a little bit, not confusing, but some councillors are here, some aren't, some are standing in for somebody else. So just to be sure we all know who's here. So if you don't mind, councillors, I'll go through the names and just be clear who's doing what today, because I think one or two might be speaking on the item and hence not voting on this item. So, Councillor Bagent.
Here, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bradnam is not here. So just to say, she's normally the chair of this committee. I'm the vice chair. I'm chairing this item. She's not taking part. Councillor Chamberlain.
I'm here, Chair.
Hello, thank you. Councillor Daunton.
Yes, I'm here, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Toomey Hawkins is not here, is she? No. She must have given apologies, I presume. Yes, okay. Councillor Hunt. Hello. Hello, Councillor Hunt. So you're present. Just doing a roll call, Councillor, of councillors present before we start the item with item 6 that we're just about to start. The Institute for Agricultural Botany. Councillor Page-Croft is not here.
I'm here, Chair.
Oh, are you? I do apologise. Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, that's the other here. Sorry. Councillor Power.
Yes, I'm present,
Hello,
Chair.
thank you. And I'm here. And then Councillor Smith is here, but you're speaking as a ward councillor, I believe. Is that correct, Councillor? You can speak for yourself. Sorry, you speak.
I'm speaking as a ward councillor, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And so just to be clear, Councillor Smith won't be voting on this item. Councillor Thornborough.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Fane.
Chair, I was substituting for Councillor Hunt until a moment ago. I believe I'm now substituting for Councillor Bradnam, if that's acceptable.
I believe so, yes. Yes, that's all good. Thank you very much. Thank you for clarifying that, Councillor. Councillor Gorsuch.
Present.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Williams.
Present, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think that's all clarified now, hopefully then. Any questions from anybody on that? No? Okay. In that case, then we'll go to the item. So, obviously, the current way we're doing things is that only decision makers are really in the room, and anyone else that wants to be, really. I suppose it's your prerogative as speakers, objectors, to come into the room and talk if you wish, but you don't have to. So, for example, in this case, the case officer is not in the room, she's online. So the case officer for this item is Rebecca, isn't it? Rebecca, right person? Rebecca Ward? Yeah, Rebecca Ward. Hi, Rebecca. Hello. So welcome. So if I think we've got everything in place now, speakers and so on. So if you'd like to introduce the item, then please, Rebecca.
Great, thank you, Chair. I'm just going to share my presentation with you. Just bear with me a second. Okay, okay, can you confirm you can see my screen?
Yes, can do.
Great, thank you. Yes, hi everyone, my name is Rebecca Ward. I'm the Principal Planner and Case Officer on this application. I'm joined in the background by a few colleagues from various technical positions. So we've got the Housing Strategy Officers on the call, the Sustainability Officer, the Local Highways Authority, Conservation and Design, and the Landscape Officer as well, in case any additional questions come up during the debate. So I'm just going to run through my slides and some of the key material planning considerations that have come up during the application process. So this plan shows the red line site, which runs around the development site. So Howes Place and Plymouth Close are to the east. Howes Place and Plymouth Close to the east, and the Lawrence River Road to the west, and Falmouth Avenue to the north, which is associated with the Darwin Green development. The Howes Place Road, which runs along here, if you can see my cursor, is unadopted and lies within the applicant's ownership, and therefore has been included in this red line drawing.
Yeah, Rebecca, I can't see the cursor. Are you using a laser one?
Oh, sorry.
Laser one's
Yeah.
better if you can manage it, please. The red one, you know.
Can anyone point me in the right direction to it?
Sometimes it's not possible, but if you can, it's good. There's a sort of drop-down menu, I think, isn't there? You choose the thing. I've done a presentation, so I'm not sure. Just.
I might have to, I can't see it on my screen, so I might have to.
Just carry on with the arrow then, that's okay. We can just, if you just sort of wiggle it around a lot so we can see it moving.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll do that. So there are a number of existing buildings that are already on the site. So where my cursor is circling is a number of the old, the NYAB buildings that currently are there and were once owned by NYAB. The NYAB offices have now relocated to the other side of the Lawrence River Road. So some of these buildings remain empty. There are also 2 existing dwellings on the site, which you can see where my cursor is circling. And the prior approval has been granted for some buildings to convert the offices to residential, which I'll take you through in my following slides. So in terms of strategic policy considerations for this site, I've highlighted the site edge in red. So the rear part of the site is allocated for mixed-use residential development by policy 20 of the Cambridge Local Plan. So it states that land between Huntingdon Road and Histon Road is proposed to deliver a high-quality, inclusive new neighbourhood on the edge of the city. The principal land use will be for mixed-use residential properties, including affordable housing, and other uses would be complementary to this. The front part of the site, which is the area just in white, is allocated on the Cambridge Brownfield Land Register as appropriate land for residential development. And in addition to this, the Cambridge Local Plan Policy 77 on visitor accommodation supports new provision of facilities such as apart hotels beyond the city centre, where they are located on main roads with good accessibility. Officers have been told that by the applicant that they are in advanced discussions with the end users, demonstrating there is a demand. In terms of the proposal, this is a full planning application, and the proposal includes the demolition of some of the existing buildings on the site, including number 14 and 15 House Place, which are the two cottages. And it seeks for the erection of 291 new homes for private rental accommodation, which is located to the northern aspect of the site, along with mixed-use facilities in the central part of the site, including a microbrewery cafe and some co-working space. A 202-bedroom apart hotel with a gym and a swimming pool are located to the southern aspect of the site, and there's various green and open private and public open spaces that have been provided. The former NYAB building at the front of the site already has detailed planning permission and therefore is not being considered by this planning committee. So that's the prior approval consents. However, the landscaping around the edge is within the red line to ensure for a more comprehensive form of development. In terms of the general building layout, so like I said before, we've got the former NYAB building to the front. The apart hotel is accessed via a lobby and it would front onto the new public square of Howes Green. The mixed-use centre will include the cafe and the bike shop, which are located by these stars on this plan. And then the build to rent will be two 3 to 5 story U-shaped apartment buildings to create a frontage onto the Lawrence Weaver Road. And there'll be communal entrances via its cores in the centre. Yeah. As well as that, there'll be roof terraces and garden rooms and balconies to these residential properties. We recognise that the south-eastern boundary has needed to be a more intimate scale. So the Muse houses along this row are 3 stories with a decked access, which means that the apartments can be dual aspect. Car parking for the whole site is provided under a basement car park. So in terms of the public realm, it really prioritises pedestrians and cyclists. And just to say, there's also underground bin provision for the residential units, similar to that on Eddington. In terms of the principle of development and the build to rent products, so national policy defines this. So it's purpose-built housing that's typically 100% rented out. And schemes will usually offer longer tenancy agreements of 3 years and be professionally managed in a single ownership. To address this policy position, the Greater Cambridge Housing Strategy adopted Annex 9, Build to Rent, and was adopted by the councils in July 2021. And this was underpinned by an independent research report. This documents a material consideration as it supports the development of these private rental homes, and it helps create additional choice to the market and accelerate the delivery consistent with the national framework. So in terms of the identified local needs, the reports that are submitted with the planning application conclude that Cambridge has a relatively young population, which is highly skilled. The largest rental groups in Cambridge are found to be students, but this is followed closely by single person and couples without children. And this has dictated the housing mix on the site of being between 1 and 2 bedroom units. The city rental market is showing signs of maturing, showing strong rental demand, and in consultation with estate agents, they've demonstrated that there'll be a strong market for these build to rent products in the city. The accommodation is probably going to appeal more to the 17 to 35-year-olds who are not ready to purchase a property but need to maybe relocate for work purposes. And the developer has provided some details on the type of people the accommodation is likely to appeal to and within certain wage brackets. In terms of how we would secure this through the Section 106 agreement to ensure they are built and marketed in the appropriate way. And just to note, the whole development is likely to be retained in single ownership. So this should mean it would be easier in terms of the landscape management and security. So in terms of affordable housing provision and how we've approached that on this site, so policy 45 of the Cambridge Local Plan normally requires 40% on-site provision, but on occasions and in exceptional circumstances, a lower amount might be considered if there are other material planning reasons. In this instance, we have Annex 9, which I mentioned before is the build to rent strategy, which requires in there a minimum 20% provision on site. But then we also have the circumstance around the extant planning permissions of the prior approvals on the site, which have also influenced the final amount that we are securing. So in terms of the latter point, the extant planning permissions, this plan sets out the location of the prior approval applications. So permission 1, which is the southern building, is for 61 units. It's already been implemented and it's expected for occupation at some point this year. Just to clarify, this is not part of the fallback position when it comes to affordable housing. In terms of permission 2, which is on the old extensions to the NYAB building, collectively this is for 102 units. And officers were of a view that this would be a viable fallback position given the developer could proceed to implement this scheme as well. However, officers do recognise that it's ultimately up to the decision maker to determine how much weight to apply to them as a material consideration. In terms of how we've got to the figure of 37 affordable units on site that we have, so as mentioned, officers are giving sufficient weight to the prior approval fallback position and therefore have applied this 20% requirement to the net number of units to be delivered on the site. And hopefully this table sets out this approach clearly. So just to summarise, so the 291 are the build to rent units on the site as proposed. What we've done is we've added up the prior approval applications under the permission 2 option, and then added the 2 existing dwellings on the site, number 14 and number 15, to get 104. We've then taken the 104 away from the 291 total number of units, which represents the number of proposed units on the site to be 187. We've then done 20% of that net figure, which amounts to 37 units on the site. Hopefully that's clear enough. The approach, we've reviewed the approach with council, and it's considered to be in accordance with the associated planning case law. In terms of how we secure the affordable housing, the annex hopefully sets out a list of criteria, all of which will be secured through the Section 106 agreement. I've summarised this in paragraph 106, but just to note, the affordable rent discount will be set at 20% of the open market value. There'll be a local connection criteria, tenancies lasting 3 years, and an allocation criteria for income. Officers consider the material consideration of these extant fallback applications and Annex 9 should be permitted as in exceptional circumstances, exceptional circumstance to justify against the normal application of the Affordable Housing Policy 45. Okay, so just going on to the more detailed design aspects of the scheme. Just to note, before I start talking about movement and access, the scheme has been through extensive pre-application discussions with officers. So we've had up to 6 pre-application meetings since 2019. There's been a disability panel. The application's been to the Cambridge Quality Panel twice. In terms of the last comments, the panel confirmed they were generally impressed with the ambition of the scheme and the quality of the applicant team, and there had been real progress since the last review in October. Scale and massing was not raised as a concern by the quality panel or the impact of the proposed routes to House Place. It increased the green space on the site and made various changes to the vehicular access route from the Lawrence Weaver Road. So in terms of movement and access, Policy 55 of the Cambridge Plan requires all applications to be well connected with the locality, and Policy 80 also gives walking and cycling high priority. So I just wanted to give you some wider context of what's happening in this area, just to illustrate, it provides some more illustration. So the outline planning application for Darwin Green approved a number of new high quality cycle routes into the site. So this plan on the right here is the parameter plan for Darwin Green. So one of the key routes so you would be from the Huntington Road, which is known as the Pavilion route. So that would take any cyclists directly that are coming up from the city through this route and into the Darwin Green site, where they can then find their way to their homes or the facilities. There'll be a new Toucan crossing point that will be built on the Huntington Road to allow for safe crossing. There's also key strategic routes along into the site from the Windsor Road and also White House Lane, which skirts round the outside of the Darwin Green site to Histon Road. So in terms of officers, in terms of the routes, we feel that most people on the Darwin Green will use these strategic high quality routes, and it will be more limited around the locality of the area to those that just live there. So in terms of the local area, the main vehicular access will be via the Lawrence Weaver Road, which is where my cursor is going up and down here. Cars will be directed into a basement car park, which the entrance point is just here. And this is to prioritise pedestrians and cyclists across the development. There'll be a taxi and drop-off point on the site to the frontage, and refuse vehicles will only, for the apart hotel, will only use this access via House Place. Other pedestrian and cycler points are located on the Lawrence Weaver Road. So we've got one in this far northern corner, we've got another one more central here, and then there's a few others and one to the front of Huntington Road to improve permeability. Along House Place, we also originally put forward 2 access points to create movement through the site, so occupiers of the development could easily come out into the House Place and up to the Huntington Road, or likewise they might decide to go onto the Lawrence Weaver Road and head north. So it just provides additional opportunity there. However, I have circled these 2 access points as we are mindful that during the consultation process and the development control forum, these access points have been objected to by existing residents, and an alternative has been put forward by the applicant, but I will discuss this in more depth in the subsequent slide. So in terms of cycle parkings, there are approximately 593 cycle parking spaces on site, and they'll be located at various locations around the site and in close proximity to the residents that they serve. So as you can see on my plan here, so for the apartment units, there'll be a key cycle hub to the frontage. The Muse buildings, the southeast, have got there's a little picture here, but some cycle parking sheds to the back with green roofs, and they'll all be secure for those people that live in them units. And then likewise for the commercial units, there are cycle provision, which is secure inside buildings. Visitor cycle parking will be located at various points through the development. So we've got this, the stars on this plan show where the ad hoc informal spaces will be offered. Cycle hire will also be available through the new bike shop that will be located in the heart of the development. A range of cycle parking stands have been provided. So we've got the Sheffield stands, the two-tier stands and the cargo parking. And this provides a range of options to the users. Just to note that all the build to rent units are provided with the Sheffield stands as required by the policy. In terms of landscaping, so there's the landscaping master plan has considered different areas. So in the central heart of the development, we've got House Green, which provides decked areas where there'll be seating to serve the places like the microbrewery, and there'll be also a water provision in the central to the site to give that space that tranquility. The other main area is the water meadows. So this is a bit more of an informal space, but provides an additional area. And then we've got all the spaces around the edges of the site. So we've got the children's play areas, we've got the courtyard areas for the apart hotel, and then central to the residential units, they will also have access to internal courtyard areas. And the roof terraces above. I've circled these connections again, just following my point before, so I will come back to them. I've put up the tree removal plan just for more of a reference if we need it. So the submitted arboricultural impact assessment demonstrates that a total of 9 pleach trees in the option A scenario will need to be removed, and in the option B scenario, 8 pleach lime trees will be removed. 3 of the trees under each of them options are due to health conditions. However, following comments from third parties, the agent has confirmed it might be the case that some of these trees don't need to be removed due to their condition, but this will need to be established. We've put on a new planning condition to make sure the final details can be reviewed and reconsidered by the council's tree officer if the application's approved. So in terms of the option A and the option B scenario, so when the application was, when we were considering the application at pre-application stage, like I said, it was important to have a connection point through the site for permeability reasons, and that's why these connection points remain in option A, and this option has been favoured by technical officers in our team. And in this option, up to 9 trees, as per the ARP report, would need to be removed. However, as part of the development, following the development control forum, a couple of the access points were removed following the concerns of residents. This option B was put forward unilaterally by the developer, and ultimately we're giving the power to members to decide which option they want to go with. the option B scenario would be for up to eight tree removals. So in terms of open space provision, policy 68 requires that all residential developments contribute to open space. The policy sets out that in exceptional circumstances, an off-site contribution could be used. In coming to the view on what's classed as open space, the policy doesn't provide a definitive list, and therefore it's up to the decision maker to determine on a site-by-site basis on the proposals they have before them. Appendix 1 of this policy sets out the type of open space that needs to be secured in a planning application, and the formula in terms of how much needs to be provided on site. For the purposes of the policy, these categories are outdoor sports, informal open space, children's play space, and there's some private amenity areas. So this plan you have in front of you has subdivided the areas to show what each of the spaces are being used for. So the yellow is the public accessible areas that are provided throughout the development, and the purple and pink are the more private accessible areas that are directly related to some of the residential units on the site. The outdoor sports requirement and some informal open space provision has been provided on site, although we are seeking an off-site contribution for the remainder. The children's play space requirement has been met on the site, and this is something that's not normally required on a scheme of this nature. And private amenity space on the site through balconies and terraces have been included, in addition to the more to the other private spaces such as the communal areas, the roof terraces and the courtyards, due to the more dense nature of the scheme. So overall, officers consider a good level of provision has been provided on site in various different forms, which would comply with the policy, where the provision has fallen slightly short in terms of the technical informal open space. We're seeking a contribution towards Hinton Road Recreation Ground for additional improvements there. In terms of the informal open space calculation, the blue cross shows the areas we haven't included in the informal open space calculation. It's not to say they don't provide a good space of amenity space for residents, but we didn't feel that they were public accessible to be included within that. In terms of scale and massing and roof forms, we feel it responds to the existing conditions at the site boundaries, and the development stitches together the development styles. So this slide shows the edge conditions along the Lawrence Weaver Road, there will be a stepped access with front doors, and House Place, which is this one here, is 2 stories with pitch roofs, and we've responded to that through putting a pitch roof on the building F to be more sympathetic to that. In terms of appearance, we've got variations of grey and buff brick through the site. And the different materials help to reflect the buildings adjacent, so on the Lawrence Weaver Road and the other units on Darwin Green, and all the materials are labelled on the drawings, and we will secure them in a bit more depth through our planning condition. This is just some CGIs of what the development will look like. And these are some verified views of the site. So this one's from House Place, looking onto the development site. So this is existing at the top and proposed at the bottom. This is from the Lawrence Weaver Road, looking up towards Huntingdon Road. So we've got the development on the left-hand side, and then the existing units on Darwin Green to the right. This is a view from inside Darwin Green, looking onto the new House Green. So in terms of residential amenity, the application was accompanied by a sustainability assessment that considers sunlight into the public realm and daylight into properties as well. And during the development of the master plan, consideration has been given to maximising the number of dual aspect homes to mitigate overheating and minimise the number of north-facing windows. Given the long, narrow nature of the site, roof terraces have been used across the site, which would benefit from long hours of sunshine. During the application process, third parties' concerns were raised from overlooking, loss of light and overbearing, and this plan helpfully sets out the distance between the properties. Just to note, some of the properties here, this building facade here has moved slightly further in than this plan when this plan was produced, but it gives members a good idea of the distances that are likely to be achieved. We have received objections from a few of the residents along Plymouth Close about the distances to the boundary. In terms of the rear, so these are just some elevations of the Muse buildings, the rear. So to further mitigate some of the harm, we're proposing to put a condition onto the application for some additional glazing panels to be put on to reduce the amount of glazing, and also some privacy schemes on the decked access areas. But just to note, there will be no balcony provision on this elevation that would face Plymouth Close. And these are just some section drawings to show the distances between the back-to-back distances that we've got. The daylight and sunlight assessments demonstrate that the garden areas to Plymouth Close will continue to achieve the relevant standard in accordance with the BRE guidelines. In terms of heritage, so the NYAB and the cottages are categorised as buildings of local interest, and they're non-designated heritage assets. The group's significance arises from the established use of the site by NYAB and the design and landscape setting of it. In terms of demolition, the demolition of 14 and 15 House Place is considered to be acceptable. They're separated by the group. So the existing line of cottages runs down House Place, but these are certainly separated from that grouping. And a previous consent on the site that related to the NYAB headquarters for the provision of new glass houses also permitted the removal of these cottages. So policy 62, which is for buildings of local interest, requires a balanced judgment to be made, and any harm to these assets having regard to their scale. So in terms of the existing extensions will all be removed and do not positively contribute towards the group. So there's a removal of these, and opening up to provide a courtyard area will be a positive improvement. And therefore, in terms of the balance judgment, would provide some benefit. So these are just some section drawings showing, so this is an existing section from the Lawrence Weaver Road, showing the 60s extension, and then this is the proposed section drawing in the application documents, which shows how the old NYAB building will sit alongside the Apart Hotel with a clear gap now. Likewise, we've got a view down House Place here with the cottages to the right-hand side. This section drawing in the proposed plans shows the view from the cottages looking on to that side of the NYAB building, but it shows the relationship in terms of the height being sympathetic and the gap. So just I think this is my last slide, a few other key material considerations. In terms of sustainability, the site is taking an all-electric approach. The heating will be by electric, hot water will be via hot water pumps. There'll be the provision of PV panels on some of the units. And there's been a reduction on the site in terms of the number of dual aspect windows. The site will reduce emissions by 74%, which is well in excess of our policy requirement of 19%. The apart hotel will be all electric. It's looking to achieve BREEAM Excellent. And we are looking at the provision of battery storage on site to allow the future potential for a microgrid to be created. And that's been included as part of one of the planning conditions. In terms of biodiversity, the application site has a relatively low ecological value at the moment and would be improved significantly by the proposed development. Green roofs will be provided across the site, including on the cycle stores, and there'll be wetland features, amenity grassland and tree planting. So we expect this to achieve well over the 10% national target. In terms of car parking, there's 194 spaces on the site, and they'll be divided up for each of the uses. The majority of the spaces will be provided in the underground basement, like I've said, and the spaces will be booked and managed on site by the management company. In terms of the number of spaces that's been provided for the build to rent units, this has been influenced by car ownership trends for the build to rent target market, which is 17 to 35, where ownership is likely to be low, and the findings from other build to rent schemes in Trumpington Meadows. There's also provision for 2 car club spaces to be used ad hoc by residents. In terms of drainage, the submitted documents demonstrate that the site can drain adequately through the use of things like swales and source control components, and conditions have been recommended to ensure the drainage proposals are built and installed correctly to reduce any flood risk to surrounding properties. And this has been reviewed and agreed by the flood authority and the city council drainage officer. So overall, the proposed development would have significant public benefits, which are considered to accord with the 3 dimensions of sustainable development and our local plan policies. As set out previously, option A is the preferred option by local technical officers, because this responds to good placemaking principles. However, if members are minded to approve option B layout, officers are of the view that it would not have any material bearing on the acceptability of the application when taken as a whole. Officers will take you through the voting process after the debate. Thank you, Chair, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Rebecca. Very comprehensive presentation. Thank you. And obviously the officer recommendation is one of approval. So going to the speakers. So we've got normally 3 minutes to speak for each side, but extended that today because there are more speakers than usual. So 6 minutes to speak an objection, and the 3 people who are involved in that are Neil, Olivia and Marie-Louise. I believe Marie-Louise might be a statement, but maybe not, but we come to that. And in terms of the 6 minutes, we'll just stop the clock when there's a break or we're sort of sorting out between different speakers. Okay, so you get your full 6 minutes in the end anyway. So I believe that, Neil, you're going to have about 3-ish minutes, and then Olivia is 1 minute for a statement to be read out, and then Marie-Louise is 2 minutes approx at the end. Neil, it's the button on the right-hand side on the microphone in front of you, and yeah, when you're ready.
Chair, and just to confirm that I'm speaking on behalf of all of the residents of House Place here today. House Place is recognised as a local heritage asset for the architectural interest of the buildings, the street scene value of the buildings set within formal landscaping, and the importance of NYAB and House Place in the social and economic history of Cambridge. In 2010, the local authority undertook a conservation area appraisal, and officers at that time recognised that House Place was an area of special architectural and historic interest, and recommended designation as a conservation area in order to protect and enhance its special character. Later today, you will make an important decision which will impact on the future of House Place and on the health and well-being of House Place residents. The decision is whether to adopt the option A access arrangement, which has been informed by the current placemaking principle of permeability and connectivity, but which pays no regard to the fact that this would A, undo the exemplar of historic placemaking vision and urban and landscape design for House Place, which established a community life of peace and tranquility in an Arcadian setting after a period of death and destruction during the First World War, and B, irreversibly harm the heritage assets of House Place and the close-knit community ethos which was so successfully realised by generous benefactors 100 years ago and which has been lovingly nurtured by 4 generations of residents. Or whether to adopt the Heritage Option B access arrangement, which will protect the heritage assets of House Place, as demanded by Local Plan Policy 62, by reducing the number of protected trees requiring removal, reducing the scale of hard landscaping works, and introducing hedgerows to enhance the delineation between House Place and the development site. House Place is an unadopted, poorly constructed, unlit and narrow residential street. It was not designed or intended to be safely used to service a 200-bed apart hotel and to provide pedestrian and cycle access to 300 residential dwellings. Heritage Option B has been jointly developed and agreed between the applicant and House Place residents to ensure that, with the exception of refuse collection from the apart hotel, all vehicle, pedestrian and cycle connections from the proposed development will be onto Lawrence Weaver Road, a purpose-built roadway with dedicated footpaths and cycle lanes. Heritage Option B avoids House Place being used as an unsafe shortcut for pedestrians and cyclists travelling between the proposed development and the city centre, and for overflow amenity space and car parking. To sum up, Heritage Option B provides for the protection of the heritage assets of House Place, is fully supported by the applicant and the City and County Councillors for Castle, and officers have confirmed that it does not have a material bearing on the acceptability of this planning application. Heritage Option B is unanimously supported by House Place residents, and we implore you to adopt it.
Thank you, Neil. Olivia, do you want to read out that then, please, James?
Chair, I have statements from the next 2 objectors. With your indulgence, Chair, Mr. Jenian and the agent have provided hard copies of their statements, which were just on the front here if members want to refer to them. And I believe the planning officer has looked at it already and confirmed the information in the statements is in the public domain. I just wanted to put it on the public record.
So just hold on a minute. So you've received that by email, I think, councillors, already. Does anyone want a hard copy now? Come and get one by all means if you want one. No, okay, all right. Off you go then, James.
I'll keep a tab at the time, Chair, so when I know the total for the objectors, we'll give the agent the same amount of time. So...
No, we won't do that. No, the agent has been told 6 minutes, so the agent will have 6 minutes.
Statement from 8 Plymouth Close. Please accept our sincere apologies for not being able to attend in person today due to work commitments. We object to the proposal of this planning application. We are not against the redevelopment of this area. We have benefited from affordable housing and are supporters of it. However, we cannot support this application as it currently stands. The Muse buildings are intrusive and overbearing to the 2-storey properties on Plymouth Close. The proposed shared terrace also heightens the lack of privacy, and the changes they proposed are minimal. In addition, we are disappointed with the developers' lack of engagement, and it's clear from the portal they've put their energy into Howes Place despite the significant impact it will have on Darwin Green residents. The developers have stated there is a satisfactory distance between our property and the Muse buildings, but this does not take into account the bike storage facility that will sit adjacent to our boundary fence. We are concerned about the increased security risk to our property. If the developers wanted to be considerate neighbours, they would have ensured the Muse buildings are the same height as the two-storey houses on Plymouth Close. Bullet point B, the number of windows facing the properties are limited, and C, there would be no walkways giving people the opportunity to look into our property and gardens. It's clear from the number of objections this application has had that the residents in Darwin Green do not agree with it. The people in this room who are responsible for making the decision today won't be the ones living with the effects of it. Thank you, residents of Plymouth Close.
Yeah, can I say if somebody doesn't touch the telly, it's going to turn off.
Councillor? Thank you, James. Sorry for the interruption, everyone. So that was a statement by Olivia, from Olivia. So now, James, the final objector is Mary-Louise Holland, and that statement.
I'll just log into my computer to access it, Chair. It was received late last night. Statement from the third objector, Chair. Thank you for accepting my statement to articulate concerns which many local residents in Castle share in relation to the major developments planned for the northwest of Cambridge. I will take this opportunity to ask for a pause until the water management, potable and waste is responsibly addressed. Water Resources East and Cambridge Water Management Plan 24 have recently consulted the public, and it is now recognised that Eastern England is an area of significant water stress owing to the many factors including low seasonal rainfall and the effects of climate change. Despite this, 5,600 new housing units are planned for Castle Ward alone. Adjoining this development, residents recently learned that the outline planning for phases 2 and 3 on Darwin Green provides surface water drainage and attenuation ponds to serve 1,000 new homes, but there is no grey water recycling to be provided. This is not good enough. Focusing on the application being presented today, there are some measures being implemented, but much more needs to be done. The water management effects are insufficient to address the water stresses of both climate change and the population increases projected across the city. Development should be put on hold until realistic measures to address the water crises are guaranteed to be implemented for the site itself. The proposed development to achieve a design standard which reduces personal water consumption to 80 litres per person per day. The implementation of water efficient appliances and measures, e.g. water harvesting and grey water recycling, to support the equivalent number of residents and business occupiers proposed to be served by the development. Water neutrality on this development as is being achieved elsewhere in UK areas of water stress. I respectfully ask the committee to negotiate these standards with developer prior to any permission being granted for the application presented today. Statement from Oxford Road resident ends.
James, for reading those two statements out. Just to be clear, everyone, in terms of the timing for objectors and supporters, in terms of increasing the amount of time for objectors, it's always right, fair and proper to give the same amount of time to the applicant also. And so in setting those times, we really need to stick to them. We can't sort of just adjust the time on the spot because it wouldn't be fair to the later speaker who would then have to adjust what they were saying to a different time period. So you're next to speak, Peter McEwen. You're the agent. So if you want to come up to one of the chairs with a microphone, please. So just to be clear, you have 6 minutes to speak, Peter, and half a minute before the end, James will ring a bell just to let you know you're coming to the end of your time. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm hoping that I will be sort of well within the 6 minutes, so thank you. Good afternoon, members. A high-quality, sustainable development will be delivered on the site, and one that will enhance the setting of this area and continue the regeneration of this part of Cambridge. The project team have worked in collaboration with your officers over the past 3 years, and the strong officer recommendation really is reflective of this positive engagement. The scheme has been presented to the quality panel on 2 occasions, the second at the request of the applicant, and their input really has had a major influence on the development of the proposals. They fully endorsed the scheme, commenting on the high quality design of the proposals and that it would be a fun place to live. The delivery of build-to-rent accommodation within Cambridge is a new concept. However, there is an acknowledged need for this product, and the proposals comply with national guidance and recently adopted local policy in the housing strategy. Your housing team have been involved throughout and fully support the application. The housing is predominantly aimed at those people who are unable to buy their own home and who do not qualify for affordable housing. The housing across Greater Cambridge, 26% of households are on incomes of £30,000 to £50,000 per year, and the affordable units will be available to this group of people. It has been demonstrated how the units would be affordable, and mechanisms will be put in place and secured through the Section 106 agreement to give control and ensure that these units will be correctly allocated and monitored. The application will also deliver an apart hotel, and as noted by the case officer, the applicants are in advanced discussions with an end user regarding occupation of this. Sustainability is at the forefront of the landscape-led development, particularly given the council's shift towards zero carbon. Some of the key credentials are as follows: 74% carbon reduction exceeding Part L, and as noted earlier, the local plan requirements 19%. The apart hotel and other commercial uses will achieve as a minimum BREEAM excellence standard, also aiming for outstanding. There will be an all-electric approach to heating and hot water, with PV panels also utilised. 100 litres per person per day on water consumption, and this is an improvement on the local plan requirement of 110. A sustainable drainage strategy will be introduced, including green roofs, rainwater gardens and swales. So contrary just to the comments which were made by one of the objectors, rainwater harvesting is proposed on site. A significant biodiversity net gain will be achieved on site, with plus 92% on habitats and 41% on hedgerows. 2 car club vehicles are proposed on site alongside 100 plus EV charging points, and various food growing areas will also be provided for residents. The development will respect the setting of House Place, with the 4 rows of protected pleach trees retained, with any removed trees transplanted on site. The scale and massing would be sympathetic to the local character, with a high quality public realm and buildings proposed. The design is fully supported by urban design and the quality panel. Suitable separation is also provided to ensure that the residential amenities of surrounding properties will be protected. A high quality environment will be created for future residents, with each of the build-to-rent units provided with private terrace balcony areas, as well as additional communal areas of open space, including courtyard areas and roof terraces. A comprehensive landscaping scheme is proposed, with a variety of different spaces to be delivered. The level of open space provision exceeds other recently approved similar developments within the city. We feel that an exemplar application has been promoted on the site, and the process can only be described as comprehensive. The significant local benefits to be delivered are outlined within the committee report, and these include the introduction of a gym, swimming pool, microbrewery, cafe, bike hub, co-working space and public areas of open space, and these will be accessible to all. The proposals, they have been subject to a comprehensive engagement exercise locally over the past few years with a variety of key stakeholders, and this has included House Place residents and Darwin Green residents. So again, I'd just like to sort of point on the comments made by the Plymouth Close objector. The applicant and the rest of the team, we met with Plymouth Close residents a couple of months ago in a meeting organised by Councillor Payne. And in that meeting, we discussed the changes which have been made to the Muse blocks. And our understanding was that those changes were supported now by residents. Following then the Development Control Forum last year, we have held positive discussions with House Place residents with the option B site plan arrangements designed in concert with residents. The applicants fully support option B and would be happy for this to be approved today. In summary, we would respectfully request that members concur with the officer recommendation and support this planning application that will deliver significant benefits locally, including the delivery of much needed build-to-rent accommodation within Cambridge. Many thanks for your time.
Thank you, Peter. Now, local ward councillors, we have one here to speak and then two that sent in statements to be read out by you, please, James. So firstly, Councillor Smith, you have unlimited time to speak. So when you're ready.
The Development Control Forum on the 4th of November 2021, members of the committee made several comments on how a better development outcome could be achieved. It's a matter of regret that the applicant has largely ignored those substantive matters, such as massing, and this has informed the objections in respect of views from the adjoining streets on Plymouth Close and Falmouth Close. If members are minded to approve this application, as they're being recommended to do so, they may wish to consider a condition amendment to ensure this specific element of placemaking is satisfactorily resolved and proven to be so. Members will recall the precedent for this approach when they considered the Darwin Green BDW 256 application recently. At the forum, members made comments in respect of House Place as follows. This local heritage asset needs to be protected and enhanced. No vehicular access via House Place. The desire line for access needs to be via Lawrence Weaver Road for safety. Onto a local heritage asset under Local Plan Policy 62 presents a material planning ground. It was made clear that the main source of harm would arise from opening the proposed development to House Place, the option A access arrangements. In response, the applicant's agents and residents have concluded retaining separation between House Place and the development site would be sufficient to address this possible policy objection. This will be met through the adoption of enhanced option B, the heritage option. In their presentation document, the applicant's agent states, "We met with House Place residents on multiple occasions to discuss their concerns and have since come up with an alternative option B with respect to heritage considerations and access addressing these concerns. The applicant wants to continue to build on their relationship with residents of House Place and as such fully supports the adoption of option B and hopes that the application will be approved on this basis." So we've heard the applicant gives full support to the adoption of option B, who hopes the application will be approved on this basis. We've heard the residents of House Place giving their unanimous support for option B, and you will hear later that all 4 councillors who represent the local ward give their unanimous support for option B. Opposed to this is the technical officer's advice to approve A. The officers have advised separately. Option A was preferred as residents of House Place may wish to access facilities of House Green. And in this report, on the grounds of placemaking principle of permeability and connectivity. All matter now rests on consideration of Local Plan Policy 62 clause, which states, where an application of any works would lead to harm or substantial harm to an undesignated heritage asset, a balanced judgment will be made having regard to the scale of any harm or loss and the significance of the heritage asset. Permeability and connectivity is a recognised planning principle. but its application needs to be considered on the merits of each case. So, for example, it was not considered to be so important to be applied to the boundary between proposed development and Plymouth Close. It was not considered to be so important to be applied to the boundary between Plymouth Close and the House Place in relation to the Darwin Green 1 application. The residents of House Place have spelt out in detail how permeability and connectivity would render substantial harm to the local heritage asset. This is because it pays no regard to how the founding philanthropist's vision for community life and the architect's urban design and landscaping combine to create and reproduce successive generations of cohesive communities and an urban form we now know as a local heritage asset. They have further signed a document confirming that Heritage B asset, the option B, confirms their unanimous support. They simply don't want direct access to facilities of House Place as the officers envisaged for them. A detailed conservation area appraisal was carried out during 2010. The officers' report to the then Environment Scrutiny Committee stated, the assessment shows that the area clearly meets the statutory conservation area criteria of an area of special architectural or historic interest, the character or appearance of which it is desirable to preserve or enhance, and it is therefore recommended that the draft appraisal be approved and adopted. It is unfortunate that the Council withdrew the report at the request of the agent acting on behalf of NYAB and the landowners of the now Darwin Green site, pending consideration of a planning application. A subsequent lapse in the administration of the designation process, it's a very polite way of putting it, left House Place with the weaker protection of local plan policy 62. But the existence of the conservation area appraisal and the officer's report and recommendation to designate do speak to the significance of this heritage asset. It is an exemplar of historic placemaking due to the architectural interest of the buildings and the grouping and the street scene value of the building set within the formal landscaping. So, as matters stand, the promotion of option A serves to compound the unfortunate administrative error of the past. We cannot and must not be so careless with the city's precious heritage. The applicant's agents and residents have collaborated to produce a more acceptable alternative, the heritage option B. This option responds to requests made by members of this committee at the Development Control Forum. It's supported by the applicant, it's supported by the residents, it's supported by all 4 local councillors. It supports and sustains the vision of the philanthropists who built House Place as an Arcadian haven for the purpose of a shared community life, contained within a remarkable landscape setting. The vision lives on through the vibrant community whose testimony you are about to hear from Sarah Bajan's letter. Imposing a placemaking principle of permeability and connectivity on House Place would undo all of this. Only option B can fulfil the requirement under Local Plan Policy 62 for development to protect and enhance local heritage assets. Chair, we received an updated conditions sheet in the last 36 hours. There are some proposed amendments which I've handed to Mr. Kelly, which would be worth the committee considering because I think that they would help ensure the full protection of House Place from harm under option B. So thank you for your indulgence, Chair.
James, so the other statements to be read out then, please. Councillor Bajan first. Councillor Sarah Bajan first.
Yeah. Can I say that...
Councillor Dave Bajan.
Yeah, I might have to declare an interest here. That's my wife that's written in.
Thank you for that, Councillor.
And I would like to say that I didn't even know she'd written it.
Thank you. James.
Just noting the declaration of interest, Chair. Yes, statement from Councillor Sarah Bajent. On the 16th of March 2022, you will be asked to make a choice between the access option A and option B, the heritage option. The latter option serves to protect Howes Place. To gain a better understanding of the need to protect Howes Place, we have asked residents to tell us why this is important to them. The testimony they have provided brings to life the enduring impact of great placemaking. Howes Place is a physical and living product of a philanthropic vision to create a place of peace and community life after the death and destruction of World War I. Voice of a resident who brought up 3 children in Howes Place. We need to start with the history of Howes Place to truly understand how the philanthropist's vision of a self-contained community informed the design, layout and landscape, and how their vision and the place and the people have shaped family and community life over the 4 generations. The first residents were former First World War soldiers and their families. There was a communal laundry, a communal hot water system, and communal gardens to the front and rear. It is a living example to our generation of what Build Back Better can look like. The next generation of residents were the widows and families of RAF personnel who were killed during the Second World War. As these families grew, their homes and community ethos were passed to a new generation of owner-occupiers and tenants. My experience of living there is that you get to know everyone and share responsibilities with each other. We look out for the safety and care of the children and elderly. It's an enduring joy to see the children playing in the front gardens and learning how to ride their bicycles in the street knowing they're safe. It is such an unusual and unique environment. Howes Place sits in people's hearts all their lives. You have a new resident. Cambridge is a beautiful ancient city now plagued by areas of cheap-looking new-build apartment blocks designed to maximise cash in the pockets of investors who have no interest in the history of the city and the people who live there. These developments have no soul or longevity. We must challenge their free expansion and protect the city's heritage so it can be enjoyed by future generations. Howes Place is a beautiful and quiet part of city, Cambridge, and access arrangements set out in option B are the only way to protect it. Voices of long-term residents. I met the developer's architect in the street and he told me Howes Place is an underused asset. I told him it's our home, our community, it's part of our heritage, not an asset to monetize. To be linked to the proposed development of a 201-room apart hotel and 297 flats would completely overwhelm our 21 homes in Howes Place. Howes Place is like Country Lane. It was never meant to be a multimodal route for a large-scale development. Option A would bring irreversible change. Our children would not be safe to play together and we would lose our community spirit. The ideas of permeability and connectivity are straight out of a textbook. They just don't make sense in Howes Place, which was designed to be self-contained and a community. It is the council's responsibility to plan for better new neighbourhoods, not to destroy existing ones that work. Why is the council even thinking about it? Option A, when there is no benefit to existing residents and no need to do it. Do tree protection orders mean anything? Howes Place is a quiet oasis. It needs to be saved so future generations can enjoy it as previous people have enjoyed it. When visitors see Howes Place for the first time, they say, what a difference and special place. They ask who built it. If option A goes ahead, they will say it used to be so special, who wrecked it. We are the people most affected by this development. We have had zero input. It was only after the Development Control Forum that the developer began to listen. We all agree option B is a good solution. In summary, the residents of Howes Place have spoken. Their voices will form part of the historical record and cultural memory of this part of the city, as will the committee's decision today. I share with the residents and other councillors who represent them that option B is the only option that will protect Howes Place in perpetuity. Statement from Councillor Sarah Bajent ends.
Thank you, James. And just to be clear, councillors don't have a limit to the time they speak or statements to be read, so there's no timing happening here. So, James, finally, County Councillor Ray, statement from her.
adjusting my varifocal glasses, Chair, to read this very small text. Statement from County Councillor Ray. As the County Councillor for Castle, I wish to record my wholehearted support for option B, heritage option, access arrangements, and the opposition to option A. Option B is the product of a recent collaboration and agreement between the applicant and the residents of Howes Place. It carries the support of the applicant and the unanimous support of Howes Place residents and my fellow councillors who represent Castle. This support is based on the following grounds. 1. Option B, the heritage option, access arrangements would remove all vehicle, pedestrian and cycle connections between the proposed development and Howes Place, except for refuse collection for the apart hotel and emergency services. 2. Option B fully supports sustainable transport requirements as it includes 4 dedicated cycle and pedestrian access points and 1 multimodal access point. These would provide residents of and visitors to the proposed development with direct and easy connectivity to the purpose-built, lit and adopted footways, cycle paths and highway on Lawrence Weaver Road, and fully supports sustainable transport requirements. These are the direct routes to the facilities of Darwin Green and Eddington on which residents of the new development will need to rely due to the lack of on-site facilities, notably amenity space. 3. Option B significantly improves highway safety by removing the possibility of a turning Howes Place, an unadopted, poorly constructed, unlit and narrow residential lane, into a busy multimodal and cycle and pedestrian access route as proposed under Option A site access arrangements. 4. Option B minimises the harm to the appearance, character and setting of the heritage asset of the Howes Place by reducing the number of protected mature pleached lime trees to be removed, 2 trees, significantly reducing the scale of hard landscaping works for the reconstruction or widening of up to 50 metres of existing footpaths, introducing additional hedgerows to create natural delineation between Howes Place and the proposed development. 5. Option B minimises the harm to the amenity of current and future residents of Howes Place by avoiding the use of Howes Place as a shortcut, primary desire lane for which it is unfit, avoiding the creation of Howes Place as the backyard of the proposed development by removing direct and easy access to overflow and amenity space and car parking in Howes Place for residents of and visitors to the proposed development, and avoiding the bad neighbour antisocial use of Howes Place for commercial vehicles, deliveries and drop-offs and pick-ups for residents of and visitors to the proposed development, most notably the Apart Hotel and late-night opening microbrewery and bar. Statement from Councillor Ray ends.
Thank you, James. Thanks for that. Yes, James.
As a separate point, Chair, if councillors expect a long discussion, it's 1 o'clock now, would you prefer a lunch break and discussion later? It's just a question, Chair.
It's a good question. I think we might well want to have a break, I presume now. I'm seeing some nodding heads, and then come back for debate. There are 3 things I just wanted to bottom out with regard to those statements first. I think that would be good. So firstly, Councillor Sarah Bagent sent in a statement. Councillor David Bagent said that he had an interest as it's his wife. So can I confirm, Keith, that Councillor Dave Bagent is okay to vote on this item?
Yes, it's very much up to Councillor Bagent to make that judgment as to whether he thinks his view is compromised by what his wife may have said in her letter. So I'm sorry, it's very much to his judgment and to whether his impartiality has been compromised.
Councillor Bagent?
Chair, I don't think I'm in the slightest bit compromised by my wife's statement, although I might get beaten for it for saying this here.
Thank you for clarifying that. The second thing is Councillor Smith said that all 4 ward councillors were in favour of option. Councillor Payne isn't here today, so I presume that Councillor Payne is in favour of that, or we need to presume that as that is what has been said. Oh, something. Sorry, Councillor Barr. Yeah.
I think Councillor Bajan and Councillor Payne are in the amendment sheet with the similar text.
Thank you. And finally, the proposed amendments that have come in this text. So I think, because there was a question from Councillor Smith in his email about how we deal with that. So I think we'll debate that if any debate is required by councillors when we come to debate. And when we do come to debate, I'm quite happy to go with the layout of topics that's been suggested to you by email, which is the list that reads principle of development, stroke housing, stroke design, followed by heritage, archaeology, sustainability, etc. But obviously I will be lenient if you want to detract from the list, but that's a good list to go by, I think, as a general guide. So I think in that case, it is 1 o'clock. Just to say what I think of it, when we do come back after lunch, we have not even started debating this item yet, and the presentations have taken 1 hour and 20 minutes. So don't be afraid to ask a stupid question, I do it all the time, of the officer or officers, because we need to be clear about this item to make a good decision. So please do that. So half an hour for lunch, come back at 1:30 then, please, councillors. Thanks very much. Welcome back after lunch. We're still debating item 6, the NYAB site, so that's the National Institute of Agricultural. Now, we've had a presentation and the speakers, so those speaking objection and speaking support, and the councillors. It's a biggish item, so it's quite sensible in a way to list different parts of the conversation and go through those separately. So you've received an email with those that listing. Yes, Councillor Gordon. If I use the chair's mic, the camera won't work, will it? How's that? Does it sound now good now? 1, 2, 3. You're shaking your head, so it's no good. Not working now, okay. Right, we'll just adjourn for 2 minutes while I get my bits of paper and then we'll get going. I've got a lot of bits of paper here, so. A list of topics, which I don't normally do, but on bigger items it's sensible to do that. So we do a sort of mishmash of going through the topics, but also if councillors need to, say whatever you need to say off topic, then that's fine with me, councillors. I think the important thing is to have a good debate and come to a good conclusion. If I think it's useful for you to sort of save something for later, then I will just mention that, but it's your decision in the end. I do like to be led by the councillors in the committee, so you have your debate with me, and then we come to a good decision. So just to be clear, so everyone knows, including people listening online, the list of topics that we're going to debate in order are, firstly, principle of development, stroke housing, stroke design, then heritage, archaeology, sustainability, then ecology, landscape, trees, then highways, then residential amenity, then other issues. And the other issues is a sort of catch-all, obviously. But I think at that point, that will be a good point when we can discuss this question of option A and option B, which is slightly unusual in planning recommendations, so that we get that, cleared up. And also we'd have had the chance then to debate all the other items before we come to that. So in that case, I think, yes, Councillor?
Please, can you read the list again?
Will do. Did I read too fast? Sorry. You should have had an email about it, but I'll go through it. So there are 6 bullet points. First one is principle of development, housing design. That's the first one. The second one is heritage, archaeology, sustainability. Third one is ecology, landscape, trees. The fourth one is highways. Fifth one, residential amenity. And finally, other issues. And, if you've got something you want to debate, ask questions about that isn't one of those things but sort of links to it, then that's fine, you ask it at that point. I think that's a good thing to do. But let's not, the other thing to say is let's not overextend the debate just because there are topics to do. You don't need to ask about a topic if you've got nothing to ask, particularly because there are 2 councillors already that need to leave sometime this afternoon. And we need to be quorate to make a decision. 3 councillors from each authority need to be here. So let's do it at a normal pace. So principle of development, housing design. Any councillors wish to speak? Councillor Gawthrope-Wood.
Some concerns about, I think this comes under this item, the scale and massing and how the whole development sits within
Darwin Green 1 and the other Darwin Green developments. So, I mean, I note that, you know, there are more than 2-storey buildings in Lawrence Weaver. I think I'm correct in that. But it just looks to me as though this is still overdevelopment. And I also had, this is clarification, on the housing numbers. So that's the table. I was just a bit confused because there was an original 68 on the drawings, and we're now coming up with, you know, I mean, and it's really about where does that fit in the, on page 15410, section 101 on the proposed build-to-rent dwellings. So if the officer could just clarify that for me, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So just to be clear, I'll collect a few questions up, then go back to the officer, you know, do a little package at a time. Not everything, because it'll be too many, I think. So, Councillor Pora.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously note some of the good things about this. It's electric, we've got car club spaces, it's aiming for BREEAM Excellent and Outstanding, which is good to see. I just wanted to query, obviously the build to rent, not particularly keen on it only being 20%, but I accept that there's not a material grounds to object. I note though that on page 156 it says that the build to rent is for 15 years, which again is policy compliant with the government guidance as I understand it. But could I just confirm what happens after the 15 years if there are tenants in there on restricted rent? Does it immediately jump up or can they remain on the restricted rent? And so, finally, just to check, the design and conservation panel talked about it will be necessary to have heavy management present on site. Just wanted to check the officer is confident that the management provision on site will be suitable and whether that is going to be entirely via the apart hotel or whether there'll be a separate manager for the build to rent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone? Councillor Thornborough.
I had 2 questions regarding affordable housing. One is the total number of affordable housing. There was a table was put up showing how the new 37 affordable homes was arrived at. But does that mean, but it also referred to a number of existing or build, there were 2 existing homes and some coming through permitted development. So am I right in that through the actual total is 141 affordable homes, of which there are 37 new, but they're through the other the permitted developments and the existing is 104. So is the total within the red line boundary 141? That's one question. The second one is there was in the amendment sheet, point 10, it refers to information coming to the council biannually. And I'd like to ask which council is that coming to? And how will we get the reports about the information? So would it be via the annual monitoring report? Would this, if we have other build-to-rent sites within Cambridge, are we getting the same information from the other sites? And will this information be not just about the rents, but the service charge that's being applied to the affordable homes elements? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any more? So I'll just ask a couple of questions. So I think actually on this section, housing, I just wanted to ask about affordable housing, Rebecca. So if you could talk us through, when you come to answering questions, Rebecca, talk us through that section in your report, affordable housing delivery and fallback position, from someone on screen. Hello, hi, who are you? Are you a member of the public or? Doesn't really matter too much, but you're not Rebecca.
I'm just bringing Alexis Butterfield in from Cardinal Edwards, and should I turn to you?
Oh, okay. You're up for the next item. So we're still discussing the NYAB site, item 6. So you're too early. Go back and have a dessert or something, I think. So, yeah. See you later. All right. You can turn your camera off, probably best, because it might be distracting. Thank you very much. Apologise for that, thank you. So, yeah, Rebecca, so affordable housing and fallback position, so it's from items, bullet items, I suppose you call it, 95 to 105, I think, and particularly talking about the 10% and 20% limits, or whatever you want to call them, and then also particularly, even more particularly, 103, which refers to case law in this particular instance of using, you know, the same situation happened before that's happening here. So that, and what I'm talking about there, Rebecca, I'm sure you're aware, is the 20% of 187 is 37 affordable, and be useful to have your comments on that further to the report. Yeah, so I think that's my question at the moment. Any more? Yes, Councillor Bajan.
Couple of simple ones, Chair. Will the parking on site be regulated by the people that are looking after the site? Will it be regulated all the time? Is any of that land going to be adopted? I don't think it is, so I'd like to know that there won't be any parking on the site. And I'd like to know how you're going to work out the rents for the affordable houses. I don't think you said, but I mean, if the actual rented houses were, for example, £200,000 a month, would affordable rents be £180,000 a month? You know, I think we need to know what the rents are going to be, or have some idea of what the rents are going to be, to know whether the affordable houses are indeed affordable.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to say that the highways, your question about parking might be good for highways a bit later on, perhaps, but I'll let the officer reply if she feels it's good at this stage anyway. And I'm just informed that an officer is on the call, Helen Reid, who might be useful as well, but I'll let the case officer decide that. So I think let's go back to you then, Rebecca, if you can pick up any questions that you heard there, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'll start on the build to rent, and then I'll go on to the scale and massing and design questions that come up, if that's okay. So in terms of the build to rent, I'm just going to put my screen, share my screen again, just to show that diagram. Just bear with me. So in terms of the affordable housing provision on the build to rent, we've obviously had regard to Annex 9 of the Greater Cambridge Housing Strategy, and we've also had regard to the 2 extant permissions that are on the site that were just referred to by members. So just to clarify, the prior approval that was granted to the front of the site in the old NYAB building hasn't been included in the calculations for the fallback position. So that site's currently been implemented by the developer, and they're all market units, as there's no requirement under the prior approval to ask for any affordable housing in there. For the extant permission in the old extensions to the NYAB building, which is highlighted as part 2 on the plan, they were granted prior approval, and like 1, there were not any affordable housing in there when they were granted prior approval. However, the developer has confirmed that they're not going to implement that part of they're not going to implement that consent if this full application gets planning permission. But what they've said is they're going to the units. The 102 units that were approved as part of this would be used in the fallback position that they're presenting. I went through the table before in my presentation. Do you want me to go through it again?
Well, I do think it's rather a critical factor. Councillors may be concerned about the affordable housing component, and I just wanted to be clear about what they were debating on, so it would be useful, I think, please.
Okay, so there's a total of 291 new build to rent units on the site. This doesn't include the former NYAB building to the front of the 68 with the 68 units. So that's not included in this total amount. It's just the rear part of the site. So what we've done is, what the developers proposed is that the 2 prior approval applications resulting in 102 units are material to the determination of this application, and therefore they should be netted off the total amount of apartments, which creates and then minus the 2 existing dwellings, which creates the total fallback of 104. The 104 units are then taken away from the total 291, which leaves 187, representing the net number of proposed units on the site. And 20% of that figure is 37, which they are providing on the development site. If that's clear. In terms of the details of the build to rent, in terms of, I think one of the councillors mentioned about the restricted rents, I'm going to ask Helen Reid just to try and cover a few of the more detailed points, and how we go about potentially securing them in the 106, if you're able to do that, Helen.
I will. I think Tracy Harrison, who's our development officer, is on the call as well, and she's been sort of more involved in the detail in this. So I think maybe the bit specifically about the rents themselves would come from Tracy, but I can help to respond to some of the other questions.
Just before you go on, are you happy with that, Rebecca? You're the one in charge here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, happy with that.
Hello all. You said about the rent. The rents to start with, before the initial rents, when they're first built, we will get 3, or the owner will get 3 valuations that are RICS qualified, and then we would take the average rent from those, and then the 20% will be taken off those. That's how the first initial rents will be set. Does that answer the question?
Yes, thank you, Tracy. Could you also just go through about the monitoring of the affordable homes on the site, how we're proposing to do that? Obviously, this is the site's fully within Cambridge City, so we'd expect the details of monitoring to come on a biannual basis to the City Council, but Tracy will be able to kind of tell you about the details that we need from the developer.
Yes, we've agreed a monitoring system with the developer, which we are putting into the section 106. So there's quite a bit of criteria we want to know about, apart from we don't need to know about the person's name, but we want to know their ages, their status of single, cohabiting, married, so we can see the type of people that are using them, how far they work from the development, if they have any local connections at all, if they're a wheelchair user. There is quite a bit, and also I think we've got a salary information that we'd like to have. As Rebecca says, we're going to have that delivered to us. I think it's quarterly for the first 3 years, but I might be mistaken, it might be every 6 months, and then after that it'll be yearly, so we can give you an idea later on how these units are being used and who by.
And Tracy, could you just cover the affordable rent and how the percentage of discount would apply to the affordable rent units?
like I said, the first initial rent will be set at 20% of market rent, which we've got from the 3 valuations. We'll take the average from there. So the units will be 20% less than the remainder of the market units. And the rent will be an increase yearly, and that will be RPI 2 months prior. There'll be a minimum of 3% to a maximum of 6%.
Thank you, Tracy, for that. And just to confirm, the City Council won't be taking on any of the management responsibilities for the open space on this site, and it will be the operator that will do that. And they will also manage the parking in the basement as well to allocate that to individual users. I think one point I've missed so far is just in regards to the case law and applying the fallback position to that. And I think it's probably best if Keith is there just to go into that in a bit more depth if you want, Councillor Smart.
Yeah, that's fine. That'd be good. Yeah, Keith, when you're ready then. So this is item 103 in the report, particularly the councillors.
Yes, Chair. The 2 prior approvals represent fallback permissions or consents that the applicant is able to implement if they choose to. So in the event of today this application being approved, we've been told that they are probably not going to implement the prior approvals and will rely on the consent today. However, if they choose to implement the prior approvals, they can. Now, in terms of weighing up the number of affordable units in the calculations to get to the 37, the fallback position comes into play because the results of the prior approvals, what they would generate, can be factored off the overall figure of the beginning point of 291. So that is how we get down to 37. So the fallback positions are material considerations to your determination process today. You do need to give them weight, but the level of the weight you give them is up to you, the decision maker. But your officers are recommending that full weight are applied to those, as you'll see from the report and the planning balance.
Thank you, Keith.
There's just one other point, Chair, sorry, I beg your pardon. Paragraph 103 does cite the leading case on fallback, which is Mansell and Tunbridge Malling Borough Council. That's a Court of Appeal case, so it does carry, it's a senior court decision, which could only be appealed at the Supreme Court.
Thank you, Keith. If you don't mind, Rebecca, can I ask Stephen Kelly to speak now? That's all right, thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, on this point, and I've got the case in front of me open, the test that you have to apply to yourself is there a real prospect of the development that represented in the prior approvals, so those 2 effectively conversion consents, is there a real prospect of them being implemented? Now, the applicants have made a statement to that effect, that if permission is refused, they would proceed to implement the prior approvals, and of course they've already implemented the prior approval that's been secured on the buildings at the front. And I think it's on that basis that as officers we've formed a view there is a real prospect of the alternate scheme being implemented and the permission, and for that reason in this case a fallback position of development providing no affordable housing for that number of units on that part of the site there is a real prospect of, and therefore giving weight to that, the residual affordable housing obligation should apply to the lower figure, which is the one set out in the report. And so I've taken my glasses off now and I can't see what the table says. But the 187, the 20% of 187, and it's for that reason, in this case, that we formed that view.
Thank you, Stephen. So just before I go back to you, Rebecca, I'll take the liberty of saying a few words. So, yeah, rules. So we have to play by the rules, national planning policy framework, local policy, etc. You know, in football, we have the offside rule. Some people understand it. In cricket, there are rules people don't understand at all. If I started talking about volleyball, no one would understand what I'm talking about. But the rules are there. They're there for a reason. These are the rules that we have to stick by in planning committees. And if we don't, or if we choose not to, then the decision may be appealed and we need to be aware of that. So that's all been laid out for you by Keith, our legal advisor. And it's all quite clear, but he has already said, of course, there is a degree of weight that we can apply. So I see you've got your hand up, Councillor Page. I'm just going to go back to Rebecca first, so to see if she had anything else to say in terms of answers to questions. Rebecca?
That's everything in terms of the affordable housing. There was a question about scale and massing of the scheme, but I don't know whether we want to finish this bit on affordable housing and then I can go into a bit more depth on the design details.
Yeah, hold on a minute, then let's get Councillor Bajent's question. It's probably to do with what we've just talked about. Councillor Bajent?
Thank you, Chair. I always have a problem when somebody starts telling me about rules, because I always think that, well, why wouldn't we follow the rules? Could the officer please tell me, if there hadn't been a prior approval, what would the affordable housing content be? And I'm a bit concerned, is somebody suggesting to me that if I don't allow the... No, I'll ask that question first and wait.
Thank you. You had your hand up earlier, Councillor Thornbury. Is it to do with this same subject? Yeah, you speak then. Thanks.
Well, I think if it is actually going to, if the proposal is 37, I think we should be more blatant that this is actually only 12% affordable homes being provided on this site. Of, 37 of 291, we're down to 12%, which is something we never wanted in Cambridge City nor in South Cambs. But that's what we're being asked to consider because of this anomaly. I'd also like to point out that the point that's been made by the objectors was in 2010 there was a recommendation that was accepted that this would become a conservation area, and if that had actually proceeded and been put in place as agreed at that scrutiny committee, then the permitted development applications wouldn't have been able to taken in the way that it has been. But one of the housing officer came back about the rent, the affordable rent is 80% of market rent, getting 3 examples of rent in this area. But what about all of the additional facilities that are being provided and a service charge? Does the rent include a service charge, and therefore does it put the rent up from an ordinary, 1, 2, 3 bed accommodation? So is it an enhanced rent, including the service charge, that is then to be discounted, or is the service charge dealt with separately for the people in the affordable homes? And how is that going to be controlled going forward? Because we may end up that these affordable rents are actually no more than normal rents if they start as enhanced rents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So I'll go back to you, Rebecca, in a minute, just to pick up those questions as well before you go on to speak about design and so on that you just mentioned. So obviously respond to the councillors, but just also particularly highlight, please, well, firstly, to say that I think it's 12.7% actually, councillors, so in fact closer to 13%. And just mention, please, Rebecca, the figures of 10% and 20% that come from government in terms of policy. And also, just to be careful, councillors, we can't start getting into debate here about making up policy. This scheme, as far as I understand, Rebecca, is policy compliant. And that's what we should be debating with the item on the table, not what we'd like to be on the table. So back to you, Rebecca, please.
Thank you, Councillor Smart. So to respond to Councillor Bajan's question on if there wasn't a fallback, what would the 20% be? It would be 20% of the total number of proposed build to rent apartments. So it would be a 58 if there wasn't the fallback position, just to respond directly on that point. In terms of the affordable rent side of things, the service charge is included with it, will be included within the monthly rental price. And I think, Tracy, could you just expand on that a bit more?
Yeah, as Rebecca said, the monthly rent is inclusive of service charges, so that'll be anything to do with the building, the concierge, the use of the gardens, etc., parking. It also includes the water charge, so that's included. So yes, it is a bigger rent than a standard 1 or 2 bed flat for rent, but the valuations will be taken from similar type properties to match that. It's unfortunate that they use the word affordable in these flats, because we know they're perhaps not going to be on par with the affordable that we're used to. But it is for a set of people that sit in the middle. So we hope to help some local people who perhaps don't want to purchase at the moment, but would like to rent, and they'll be able to rent something that is an extremely good quality.
Just picking up another point on the rents, there will be, I'm aware that I think there'll be 3 valuations done as part of the Section 106 agreement that will help define what the rental price will be. Am I right, Tracy?
Yes, that's correct.
Just
so Rebecca, I mean, Councillor Thornborough's questions, I think.
Yeah. The only other point I'm aware Councillor Thornborough made was on the conservation area.
Also,
I don't know whether you wanted me to come to that now. Or...
Talking about the percentage of affordable rent, so 12.7% or 12, as she said. I think it's 12.7, and I also added to that. Well, you could just talk about the government figures of 10% and 20%, and just talk to those. That'll be useful for councillors to have that in their heads, I think.
Okay. In terms of the 13% that was referred to, that's not what officers have come to. We've applied the 20% based on the net number of proposed homes on the site. I think that 13% has come from just the total number of proposed units without considering the prior approval extant consents.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
I was hoping you'd just tell us, so we're all clear, what the 10% figure and the 20% figure, what they are from government, so that we know what we're considering here.
Yeah, of course. So I'm just trying to find reference to the 10% figure, but in terms of the 20% figure, that's defined in Annex 9 of the Greater Cambridge Housing Strategy. Like the council are required to get a minimum of 20% affordable housing provision on build to rent sites.
Yeah, that's fine, Rebecca. Okay, yeah. I usually hesitate to say anything myself in case I get anything wrong, because I'm not an officer. So, but what I was hoping you might have just referred to, Rebecca, I'll read out, and then Stephen can correct me or add anything he needs to. So in point 97, it says, paragraph 65 of the NPPF, that's the National Planning Policy Framework, states that major housing developments should expect at least to deliver a minimum of 10% affordable housing. However, an exception to this requirement should be made where the site or development provides solely for build for rent homes. That's an unusual way of saying it, isn't it? Build for rent homes, I think it means to say. And then, you know, you've already spoken about the 20%. So, Councillor Thornborough, did you want to come back on that at all? No. I think you finished, Rebecca?
Yes, yeah.
So, but now can we just go? So, were there any? Rebecca's now going to talk about the design and such like in that bullet point, there was a few things written there in the list of things. We've done housing, so design. Who's up?
Yeah. I'm just going to put a plan up there.
Sorry, I can't hear what you're saying, Councillor Bajan. Put your microphone on.
I don't think we've finished with this point yet.
No, nor have I. No, it's all good, don't worry. Still going. So just to say that I was just going to go back to you members to see if you had anything further to ask Rebecca about the design and such like of housing and that point before she responds. So Councillor Pora.
I was just going to pick up on one that wasn't answered previously, but I can wait if you prefer. It was just the issue on page 156 of the covenant. I'd asked the officer this idea of a 15-year covenant. What happens at the end of that? Presumably these can be sold, and what happens to tenants who are already living in it, whether they're affordable or not. So I just wondered if the officer could pick that up. And I would add to that the community sort of agreements for things like the swimming pool, which to me I give some weight to, but it would be good to know if these are covered in this principle of development in terms of how many years we can rely on that being for community use and how many years we can rely on these being built to rent and affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So Rebecca or anyone else who wants to get to answer, can you get that point answered, please?
I'm going to look to Helen or Tracy to answer the 15-year covenant question. That's okay.
Yes, Helen Reid, Housing Strategy Manager.
Can you
Yes,
get louder, please, Helen?
Helen Reid, Housing Strategy Manager. I can answer that question. Well, I can attempt to answer that question. The covenant is a minimum period, so in an ideal world, we'd expect the scheme to be there for a lot longer than 15 years. But just to be clear, that the affordable housing element is in perpetuity, which means that if anything does happen to the rest of the scheme, although the whole scheme may, there's a risk, I guess, a small risk that the whole scheme may not continue longer term, but the council would expect that contribution for the affordable housing to be returned to the council.
Let me just interrupt a minute, Helen. We can see your screen at the moment. Oh, it's gone now. Okay, carry on. Sorry to interrupt.
So that affordable housing contribution would be there permanently. I think we'd obviously have to sort of talk about the sort of detailed arrangements about how that would work at the end of a covenant period, or if the scheme was no longer a scheme and what happened to those residents. But we wouldn't lose the actual affordable housing contribution itself.
Thank you, Helen. So Rebecca, did you want to add anything?
No, not anything to that specific point. There was a question about the community uses. So we would seek a community use agreement in the Section 106 agreement to secure the use of the swimming pool and the gym facilities on the site. And yeah, we would expect them to come forward with the development and be in use by the occupiers there. I'm just going to refer to Keith to see whether we can secure them in perpetuity, them types of facilities in the legal agreement, or whether that is not reasonable.
Did you say then, Rebecca? I didn't quite catch that properly.
Sorry, I'm just going to, so like I've said, we're securing the community use agreement, which will secure the swimming pool and the gym facilities on the site. I wanted to just ask Keith whether we can secure them in the legal agreement in perpetuity, or if that wouldn't be reasonable.
The community use would follow the City Council's usual format for a community use agreement, so perpetuity is a possibility, but either side could bring that agreement to an end at any point. And the 106, well, the intention is that the 106 will require a community use agreement to be in place at some point in the life of the development.
Thanks, Keith. Thanks, Rebecca. So I don't know. Yeah, I can see your hand up, Councillor. Any more questions on those topics, or whether we move on to design, which Rebecca has saved up some questions on already, but we can always add more questions. So, Councillor Bajan.
Chair, so clarification, so the community charge won't have a 20% reduction. And another point on whether we vote for this or not, if we chose not to accept, and I don't know if we can even, the 37 affordable houses and insisted it was 58, are we being asked that question? Or are we only being offered the 37?
Any more questions? So, Rebecca, do you want to answer these questions or defer that one, especially to Stephen, perhaps?
I'm happy to take the community charge side of things, and maybe Stephen could take the latter point.
Yep, great.
The facilities that will be on site, the residents that live there will effectively pay for them through the monthly rental amount. The wider community will obviously have to pay to use them facilities separately.
Yep, Stephen?
Yeah, in respect to the proposal in front of you, we're obviously recommending it with recommendation that the 37 affordable units renders the scheme acceptable. You've got two options if you don't agree with that. Either you can refuse the planning application on the basis of its failure to provide, in your view, an appropriate affordable housing outcome, or I suppose it's open to the committee to defer the item. The advice that we've had from both internal and external legal sources, and obviously the advice that we've put in the report to you, is that there is a real prospect of a fallback position, and therefore, based on that, it's appropriate and reasonable in planning terms to apply a 37-unit response to it. But that, as Keith Barber said, the weight to be given to that issue is a matter for the decision maker, which is yourselves. We have given you advice. I think it's fair to say that it would be, on the basis of the advice we've received, a challenging decision to defend, but it's nevertheless a matter for you as decision makers how much weight you give that fallback position, and thereby how much justification you feel there is for 37 as opposed to 58 affordable rented units.
Thanks, Stephen. Councillor Bajan, you want to come back?
So if we ask to defer it, for what we would be deferring it to ask the applicant to put it back at 58?
No, I'll answer that. I'm not keen on that second option. I don't think we need to defer things at this committee. We need to make decisions. You'd only be deferring something, as far as I'm concerned, or I'd certainly be voting for, if we needed more information, more evidence to make a decision. I haven't heard anyone say they haven't got any evidence at the moment about anything, so I can't see how that could be an option, unless that comes up later, perhaps. But you respond if you wish, Councillor Bajan.
Yeah, I didn't hear Stephen saying that. I heard him say we could defer it. If it was for more information, then clearly, no, we don't need any more information. I could explain quite simply what's happening here. I don't need to be told again. But so that's what it's about, Stephen, is it? Through the chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Stephen.
The only reason for suggesting that's one of three options, approve, refuse or defer, is that we do not, the applicant has identified that that is their proposal. We have assessed it. Obviously, the applicants, in drawing their conclusion on the appropriate amount of affordable housing that's deliverable for them, have landed on 37. I don't believe we've asked them about 58, but equally, that isn't in front of you. And the advice that we've got is that 37 is acceptable in this case. What you couldn't do is impose 58 units as a requirement without first effectively inviting the applicant to consider that issue. So, the chair's right, you don't have anything else in front of you. Our advice is either support it or refuse it, but if you were minded to explore whether or not there was an alternative affordable housing response. I suspect there are issues of viability and deliverability that go to the heart of that. And that's why I'm just advising that it's not appropriate to effectively impose an alternative affordable housing solution. That those are the only three options available to you.
So I'm looking at Keith. So Councillor Bajan, you've brought up an interesting dilemma, the idea of deferring something, which Stephen's spoken to, and Stephen is the head of planning, so I have to listen to what Stephen says. But it seems rather unusual what Stephen's saying to me, Keith. He's saying that we could defer this item, we could redesign the scheme on the table, which is what we're doing. We're saying 58, not 37. And we're going back to the applicant to say, we want 58, how do you respond? Is that a reason for a deferral? Is that fair to the applicant? Can you tell me, Keith, or should I just go back to Stephen?
Chair, I wouldn't necessarily contradict what Stephen said about deferral. The scheme you've got in front of you is policy compliant. It comes with an officer recommendation to approve. As Stephen has said, you've got alternative routes if you wish. In the event that unreasonable affordable housing obligations are placed on this application, the applicant, assuming there is an approval, still has the option as to whether to go back to fallback. So that remains open at any time. And of course, if they go back to the fallback position, the two prior approvals, there will be no affordable housing delivered at all. So that may help you, or it may, as the case may be.
Okay, thanks, Keith. And Stephen, just to be clear, did I misrepresent what you said or anything at all there, just to check?
I don't think so. The only point I would make is that we haven't got an alternative proposal in front of you, as you rightly say, Chair. We have an application that, as Keith has highlighted, we have assessed and considered to be consistent with your policy. Your housing team have considered it to be consistent with your policy. So the applicant, in some respects, it's within their view as to whether or not they wish to offer something that is beyond policy, but it would be unusual in this respect to do so. You are entitled, clearly as a committee, deferral is an option for you, but there is nothing to suggest that an alternative affordable housing outcome would arise from that action, because we've already advised you and the housing team that it is compliant with policy. But it's your decision as a committee. What we haven't got is the applicant's opportunity to consider something. And so if you were minded to refuse the application on the back of the position that you reach on a fallback position and affordable housing, I suspect in those circumstances it might be sensible to defer the item to at least allow for consideration by the applicants of the councils or your committee of planning authority as for yourselves concerns about that point, but it isn't something that will necessarily change the outcome, and it isn't necessarily something that would be, as we've highlighted, the scheme is policy compliant, so it's not something we would support necessarily as officers.
Thanks, Stephen. So I expected affordable housing, so-called, to be a topic of discussion, and it is and has been and will be still, but we need to move on to the other topics too. I can see you want to speak still, Councillor Bajan, and I'll let you do that. But also, if you want to take this further, Councillor Bajan, I think the only way to go is for you to propose a deferral, if that's what you...
This didn't have a prior approval behind it. Our officers, or we, would not even be considering it at less than 20%. or unlikely, I can't predetermine, I don't know how anybody else in this room is going to vote. I don't think we want 20%. In fact, we'd want a lot more than that, but that's all currently our planning legislation allows us to ask for. Given that there's also a hotel on the site where profit will be made as well, with no affordable on it at all, the idea that they may not be able to afford to put 20% on there is not, I don't think, relevant. Nobody's made that argument to me. So the only thing I'm hearing, I can't talk for others, is that if I don't allow 37, then they'll go back to a situation where it's none. Well, that's a bit horse tradery for me. So I'd like to hear, I have a feeling that I'd like to see this deferred back to the developer and say, I think you should put 58 on it. What do you think?
Thank you, Councillor. Firstly, just to apologise, Councillor, if I've given you the impression I've refused your wish to defer the application. Certainly, if you wish to defer, then it's within your power to propose a deferral, get a seconder, and we'll have a vote on it. But if you don't mind, Rebecca, Stephen would like to reply to one of Councillor Bajan's points, I think, about the less than 20% point. So, Stephen.
I just wanted to comment actually on the fact that you highlighted that if there wasn't a prior approval, the case law that we've referred to makes it clear it doesn't matter whether there's a prior approval or not in certain circumstances. The prospect of being able to convert the buildings into residential uses under permitted development is a fallback, even if it hasn't been fully enacted. In this case, obviously there is a prior approval in the case law that has been referred to. There was no prior approval already in existence, but the courts recognised that the potential for prior approval created a fallback position. Obviously, in this case, we have prior approvals. So whether it's there or not, in fact, there is a fallback position that you are obliged to have regard to.
Stephen. So there are other speakers, I believe. Councillor Bajan, I don't want to leave you if you need to say more, though. No.
Chair, I'd really be interested to hear what colleagues might be thinking.
Yep, sure. Okay, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I take it that obviously the prior approval has not expired, so there is no guarantee that even if we approve this application today, that the applicant will not actually go back and use the prior approval and develop something without affordable housing. There's no guarantee that if we agree to this, if we agree to the 13%, that the applicant will go ahead and deliver that anyway. The applicant could fall back on existing permissions and go ahead and develop without any affordable housing. So we have no guarantee, basically. And if you're looking for a seconder, Councillor Bajan, I will certainly second your proposal.
Thank you, Councillor. Rebecca, did you just want to respond to that which Councillor Williams has just said, please? I think it was sort of a question there, please. Maybe you want to defer to Stephen, I don't know, whichever's best.
Yeah, I don't know what to add to that's different from what we've already just spoken about. I don't know if Stephen wants to add anything. Stephen?
I don't think so. On the point around viability that Councillor Bajan raised, I don't think we've run a formal viability assessment, but clearly an increase in the affordable component would increase the cost. We know that as a matter of fact because it's effectively a subsidy per unit. In respect of Councillor Williams' comment about the delivery of the prior approval schemes, I think that's recognised in the context of the fallback, but the decision of the applicant, as you rightly say, could be one way or the other. The issue, however, that point highlights is that if they didn't develop therefore the same number of residential units, because they'd implemented the prior approval, then you would be back to a smaller number of net additional homes. And the 20% would be very similar to the 20% that we now have in front of us. So whether, and that's the essence of the fallback argument that you've highlighted, which is that if they excluded part of the development site and built those other units, then the residual of this development, or the residual land left from this development, in the event that you were happy that the design and layout and so on were otherwise acceptable, would be the 191 units, of which 20% would be 37. And so, in some respects, that's the essence of why we have concluded in this case that the affordable housing levels are appropriately calculated.
Thank you, Stephen. Do you want to come back, Councillor Williams?
I mean, that actually suggests that it puts the ball back in our court, because there will be a commercial incentive for the developer to increase the number of affordable housing if it wants to build out to the full extent of the available site.
So my opinion is that you can't really guess what an applicant is going to do or want to do in terms of commercial incentive and so on. And also we can really only look at, as they say, what we've got on the table. We can't really look at or consider what an applicant might do in the future, because that's up to an applicant or any other future applicant for that matter. So that's my 2 penny worth. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Chair. I think for me, I apologise, I'm going to have to leave the meeting soon, so I probably won't make the vote. But before I go, I would like to say I'm not in principle against deferral, but my concern would be deferring at this point when we've not heard the other issues that, for me, affect the balance. So, for example, we have fewer affordable homes, but we do have some much more sustainable tech on site. We've not got gas. I think it would be useful for the committee, even if I've left it by them, to debate at least the rest of the things. Because for me, that's why I raised the issue of some of the community benefits, because I think if we were to then move to a deferral, the developer would have a clearer view of where we're sitting on everything. So, for example, how their community assets would benefit, you know, things like a swimming pool, which is quite a costly thing to provide. So that, to me, is a positive. So I feel that it would be helpful to have the debate on the other headings. And I do understand what Keith and Stephen and the officer are saying, though, because it is very difficult with the current national rules. I feel like we've almost got our hands tied behind our back on this one, because the PD rights do confer things, and we could end up, worst case, with a very ugly development under PD that is actually far less sustainable than this. And for me, I think it would be helpful to have the full debate before we decide whether a deferral is appropriate, because those things, for me, perhaps could mitigate against the lack of affordable homes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. So PD is permitted development. I can see your hand, Councillor Bajan. Councillor Porrer, you suggest the idea that we have a debate about when we have a vote for deferral, but I'm not going to do that. I think if there's going to be a vote for deferral, it can happen at any time during debate, and if it gets proposed and seconded, then that's when we'll have it, because especially if people are leaving, it means that who's going to vote, who's here, sort of thing. So the best time, the only time, is really right then. So, Councillor Bajan, what do you want to say?
Yeah, I think that I appreciate the offer of the seconder. I think when Stephen says it increases the cost if we have more affordable housing. The alternative way of putting that is it reduces the profit. Look into the future. What we do here today will weigh. We don't create case law, but we create a sort of understanding of how this committee works. So I am going to ask for a deferral on the basis that we talk to the developer about a better affordability housing on this site, or more affordable housing on this site, especially given as affordable housing becomes a bit peculiar when you level it against rented properties, because...
So I think you've made your point. We need to go to the vote, if I may.
I'm quite happy to do that.
Time's getting on.
Thank you.
Is that okay? Because you might not win and we might have to carry on
Might
debating.
not.
Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah, thank you. So we've got proposal and a seconder for deferral of this item. Do we need to know why we're deferring it exactly? Or, yeah, I think that'd be good. So, Councillor Bajan, do you want to just tell me why we're deferring this item?
Well, I think I was chair, and then you stopped me mid-flow. Now I've got to start thinking
I have
again.
apologised, so now you go ahead, please.
Yeah, I've got to start thinking again now. I want to defer it because it doesn't come up to 20%. And we have a tradition of wanting 20% here. We can't create case law, I know that. So one of the reasons would be, so for the future, other developers knew that we would want 20%. I'd also say that for right now, we actually want 20%. And that's my reason, is to go back to the developer and say, we'd like 58, because that's what we want. And that's what, not only what we want because we're pernickety and awkward people, but because it's the right thing to do. If these were houses or flats that this developer was building, they'd be putting 40% on them. 40% affordable housing. So not for me to suggest for 1 second that these are rented apartments to get out of the 40% affordable, not for me to suggest that for 1 second. But I'm doing it to give the developer the opportunity to move forward here. We would like 58. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Williams, that's your understanding of what we're voting for as well? Yes, good, okay. In that case, let's go to the vote then. All those in favour of deferring the item?
Nine, Chair.
All those against?
Can't see any against, Chair. Oh, one against. Is there one abstention? One abstention.
One abstention. Okay, thank you very much. So the item is deferred. Thank you very much. Good debate, very serious. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, councillors. So I don't know if Councillor Bradman's coming back for the next item. Is she on the Teams call? Oh, okay, right. So Councillor Bradman, I'll defer to you to continue chairing the meeting then in that case, as I only needed to chair that item. I'm sure you've told them already why. No, it's my fault.
Thank you.
Oh.
I am in the amusing situation that I no longer have a chair's script with me. So I will do my best. And I don't have the speaker list either. So perhaps those there could introduce the speakers for the pre-application briefing that we have on land north of Cherry Hinton Design Code. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, so the speaker list I've got is Agent David Fletcher, applicant Alexis Butterfield.
2-minute break, Chair.
Well, we've started the next item, Councillor. So I think, no, we'll carry on.
You're not the chair, that's the chair.
So,
hang on a minute, hang on, sorry, I do apologise, Chair, but someone here in the Guildhall was asked about going to the loo, so I think we're going to have a little break. I know we've almost started, but shall we just say we haven't started, if that's okay, Chair?
fine, if you want to have a
Sorry
pause.
for the rough handover between one chair and another. I should have taken more care. It's my fault, but let's have a little break then, guys, and come back at 2:45, if that's okay with you, Chair? Yeah, lovely. Thank you.
They've all gone for a drink or a wee or something.
say something. So, Councillor Bradman should come on any second. Councillors, we're live again now. If you want to take your seats, please, and Councillor Bradman will be chairing.
Hello, members. Can you hear me? Good. Okay, so is everybody seated now? Councillor Smart?
Yes, we are. Yeah, we're all ready.
Super. Right. So let's move on then. Item number 6 is 21/03609/full. Sorry, no, it's not. Sorry, it's item, yes, it's item 7. Okay, so the pre-application developer briefing on the land north of Cherry Hinton design code. So we, it might just be helpful just to take a roll call of the people in the room. This is partly for the developer's benefit. So can I just call out the names who I understand to be there? And if you could just call back to confirm that you're there. So we have Councillor Martin Smart. I've heard your voice. Councillor John Williams. Councillor Grenville Chamberlain.
Still here.
Thank you. Councillor Claire Daunton.
I'm here.
Councillor Dave Bagent.
Present, correct.
Lovely, thank you. Councillor Simon Smith.
Present, Chair.
Thank you. And Councillor Katie Thornborough. Is there anybody else there whose name I haven't called? Right, silence. Okay, so let's move on then. Please, can the developers introduce themselves and their colleagues assisting with the presentation? I'll invite councillors to ask questions once the presentation has finished. And councillors are advised that the main issues arising from this pre-application briefing include, and you may wish to take a note of these, members, that's the master plan framework, green spaces and nature, movement and access, sustainability, emerging design, and next steps. So members are encouraged to ask their questions on those subjects. So let's proceed then. We have, first of all, a presentation from the Planning Officer, Rebecca Ward, followed by a presentation from the application. So Rebecca Ward, would you like to carry on with your presentation?
Anna, this is a developer briefing on a pre-app for the design code, so I don't have anything prepared. I wasn't aware that
I was thinking it seemed a little odd that you would be being asked, so I think we go straight to the applicants, do we not?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's right, yeah.
Thank you for confirming that. So in that case, we'll go to David Fletcher, who is the agent, and Alexis Butterfield, who is the applicant. So would you like to do your presentation?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Councillor, and thank you to members who are still here. I appreciate it's been a very long day for you today, and we do really appreciate having the opportunity to present to you this afternoon. So yeah, as introduced, I'm David Fletcher. I'm a planning consultant from Trump Parker, and I'll hand over to Alexis just to introduce himself.
Hi there, I'm Alexis Butterfield. I'm a partner at Pollard Thomas Edwards, and we're the design code writers, the master planners, and also will be phase 1 architects.
Thank you.
Did you want to share your screen, Alexis?
Sure thing. We've had a few technical glitches. I'm getting my apologies in early in case we have more. Can everyone see my screen?
Yeah.
Marvelous.
And I can too, which is great.
What a miracle. David, do you want to start the introduction, and then I'll pick up from you a few slides in?
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so so the presentation we're going to give you today is an update, a planning and design code update on land to the north of Cherry Hinton. And I'm sure members are aware already, and we will come on to it in the presentation. But it's the land that has got outline planning consent, which is immediately adjacent to Cambridge Airport. So the airport is immediately to the northwest of the site. Outline planning consent was granted in December 2020, and following that, very shortly, if you move to the next slide, Alexis, that'd be great. Very shortly after planning consent being granted, the outline planning consent, which was obtained by Endurance Estate and Marshals, Bellway Latimer Cherry Hinton LLP, which is a joint venture between Bellway and Latimer, which is the development arm of Clarion Housing Association, purchased the site in early 2021. Since that date, we have been working very closely and collaboratively with your planning officers, urban design team, landscape, and the Highway Authority, along with a range of other stakeholders. The principal work stream that we've been working on is the preparation of the design code, which Alexis is going to come on to in a bit of detail. But we've also been commencing other work streams such as discharge conditions, and members may have noted we had an application for a temporary access approved under delegated powers earlier this year. If you want to move on, Alexis. And just very briefly, just to give an overview of the outline planning consent, which was granted in December 2020, and I should say it's a cross-border application, partly in the city and partly within South Cambridgeshire. So consent was granted for 1,200 dwellings, of which 40% will be affordable. There's two schools proposed on the site, a secondary school and a primary school. I understand a key point of discussion at the outline stage was around the primary route through the site. So it was determined that there would be a primary route through the site connecting Coldham's Lane, which is on the southwest side, to Gazelle Way on the east, along with provision of at least 11 hectares of public open space, the requirement for a local centre, including community building and a medium-sized retail unit, and provision for dedicated cycle routes for pedestrians and cycles, which we've evolved somewhat since the outline consent, and Alexis can talk you through that in a bit more detail. We'll touch on the end just in terms of programme. A very initial stage, we're looking at approximately 10-year build-out rate.
David, shall I take on from here, or do you?
Yeah, you please do. Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, this is just to remind everyone about what the 2020 outline master plan that accompanied the outline application looked like. And so this shows that 2020 master plan. It shows in particular, it shows the various green spaces, particularly the green edges to the new development, and the location of the two schools. It also shows how there's planned a new village green and park located close to the new schools, and a potential local centre as well. And just to say that the principles of all of this master plan are maintained throughout the design development that we've been undertaking over the last while with the planners, and also throughout the design code as well. So what we're really doing is sort of working within most of this framework, and just sort of talking about how it evolves into more detail and delivers that vision. Just to talk a little bit about the process we've undertaken. What we did is we started with a project study tour, a Cambridge project study tour, and that was essentially going with ourselves, going with the developers who are Bellway and Latimer, and also with all of the different LPA design team officers, and we went round a whole range of different recently completed schemes within Cambridge. And the intention behind this was really to do that sort of lessons learned, what worked and why, and to be able to pick up on those lessons so that we could build those into the code. The next thing then has been really a very intense series of workshops and meetings to look at various different aspects of the code, going right through from the basic principles right through to detail, and then will be followed by testing and completion. We started with a mobilization period, which included that project tour we were just talking about, where we got that sort of shared idea of what we were trying to achieve. This was then followed by a series of site-wide key principle meetings, working through all the various different aspects of green infrastructure, streets, the sustainability of places, our open space designs. But this was at that sort of site-wide big strategic level. That was the results of that process were presented to the quality review panel in December. And got a really a strong sense of support in terms of that direction of travel and the work we've been doing to that point. That kind of has very much given us the opportunity to now be working through the detail, how those principles will be applied within the code document itself. And we're working through this next sequence of these detail discussions, and we're about in the middle here. We've just finished our conversations around the sort of built form and the identity of the place that we're creating. This will then be followed by a series of testing, another engagement where we test the code to make sure it works and it delivers what's expected, and then go through consultation. So to talk you through, first of all, some of those key master plan principles that were set up in those first stages of the work we've been doing together. So at a very early stage, we developed this little sequence of sort of cartoon drawings, but hopefully they express some of the things that we're trying to do, I'd say, around master plan principles and those key steps. So the first thing is recognizing the importance of those green edges both on the existing site and also in the master plan, in the outline consented master plan. And in particular, that's thinking about how we maintain the tree lines and hedge lines that form those edges as well. We're also able to make sure we're keeping things like the drainage ditches and things like that are already on the site. In step 2, the key thing, and this was the sort of major step change that we wanted to do, is we wanted to increase the amount of green space, but we also wanted to create much more sort of linked together green spaces within the scheme. So this is about creating these sort of green corridors and these great enhanced kind of linear ways and follow the primary movement network for the site. So whenever you're moving around the site, whether you're walking or cycling, you're always kind of walking through very sort of planted areas and tree lined areas. And then it was about how we then integrate those into larger landscape spaces. So these green corridors linking to landscape spaces. And what we want to make sure is we get an integrated network of pedestrian and cycle focused routes around those green spaces and through them. And then finally, it's about how does the actual development sort of itself fit into that, and particularly thinking about all of the non-residential uses that are required. So we've got our community uses, which we're focusing within a market square in the centre, very much following the outline consents ideas about bringing those things together as a hub. We've got our education, we've got our 2 schools, again, how they link to those green ways so that you can go to school safely on foot and on bikes away from traffic. And then how the actual development parcels themselves integrate into that with those routes and spaces so that you're always really close to wherever you live, you're always really close to good green space. Alongside those sort of spatial principles, we also wanted to set up a whole sequence of sustainability principles that run alongside that sort of master plan development. And so again, it was thinking in very sort of site-wide terms. So the first thing, it was a commitment to no individual gas boilers from day one on the site, so that it's a gas-free development. The second thing was very much related to those diagrams I was just showing you about thinking about how we make walkable neighbourhoods, places that really prioritise those sustainable transport modes, particularly cycling and walking, but also building in public transport routes. And the bus route. And then finally, thinking about those previous diagrams, how we use urban greening, tree planting, and other landscapes to actually really sort of soften the whole landscape. And then really thinking about how the buildings will be designed in principle for climate change resilience. And that very much again relates to that urban greening and the use of SUDS landscape. To help us to sort of weave all these together, we've been following the new National Model Design Code, and that sort of sets out these sort of 10 characteristics of a well-designed place as it describes them. And those 10 characteristics we think are particularly useful. Because they help to capture the various different parts of that. And they can be sort of summarized really as characteristics which are about character, about the identity of the place and the buildings themselves, but then also thinking about how the community actually use those spaces and how you build in community infrastructure into places. And then finally, how the code can help combat climate change and building climate change resilience, and particularly thinking about this final one, the lifespan, thinking about the stewardship of the scheme going forward. So what we've done is we've now got a sequence of slides here really, which just start to talk about some of the ways that that's been done in being emerging in both that framework master plan and the design code that runs alongside it. So first thing is thinking about the integration of the place. We want Cherry Hinton North to be integrated with the local area, and a new tree-lined avenue will link Coldham's Lane at the southwest of the site with Cherry Hinton Road in the east. This avenue will be a bus route and will also include separate lanes for bikes. The development will provide new schools, shops and community facilities, and those will serve the existing and the future residents, and the routes are created to make sure that can happen. The conservation of the features that are on the site, we think is very important, and one of the things we're doing is part of that is as well as creating new landscapes, the designs actually retain and enhance the public rights of way and the watercourse and the mature trees, and generally the leafy boundaries within the site. And then finally, in terms of thinking about identity, the Cherry Hinton North will be visibly rooted into the surrounding area. The new homes will be organised into small neighbourhoods, each with their own character. At the heart of the site will be a village green and a market square, and the proposed buildings and landscape designs will have locally inspired and contemporary details while using the traditional and lasting materials. Another feature that we've built in terms of making sure that the identity is there is thinking about how we connect back both physically but also visually to the surrounding area. So one of the things we've done is made sure that one of our principal green pedestrian and cycle routes actually aligns with the church towers, both at St Andrew's Church in Cherry Hinton and All Saints Church in Teversham. The master plan, a large bulk of the master plan is actually about the landscape itself, and what we've and how we've brought that together with movement and the homes and social infrastructure. And what we've characterized all of that is what we call living infrastructure. And this brings together, as I say, really kind of four particular themes of landscape design and place design. The first one is just thinking about how nature is incorporated. Nature will be incorporated into every aspect of the design with an approach that's described as living infrastructure, and this will be created an integrated network of natural habitats and sustainable urban drainage and also tree planting. And the aim is to create an increased quality of life and enhance biodiversity and improve the microclimate. In terms of using that living infrastructure to answer climate change, the homes and buildings themselves will be energy efficient and designed, as I say, to be gas-free from the outset. The designs will be climate change resilient, and they'll be helping conserve water and energy resources, both during development, but also when they're in use. The designs will be focused on using passive principles and maximising the benefits to people themselves through green spaces and reducing things like running costs by encouraging those sustainable lifestyles. And then stewardship and that sort of legacy of the development. We think with the development will put future stewardship in place to sustain its beauty over the long term. And the code will set out responsibility for streets and trees and green spaces that will be split between the local authorities and the Plan Management Trust, taking care to avoid unfair service charge costs for residents. And then another aspect that we always have to consider in this particular site is airport safety. The landscapes have got to be designed to be to ensure the safety of the airport, but to be adaptable to allow further changes and landscapes improvements, such as the improved habitat for birds if and when the planned closure of the airport goes ahead. So it's sort of really thinking about how all of these different aspects can come together. We are planning a whole range of improvements to pedestrian and cycle connections, but obviously both through the site and connecting to the wider area. There'll be new pedestrian and cyclist crossings and dropped curbs and tactile paving at all the connections to the surrounding movement network. A roundabout with a fourth arm and priority junctions is put in place at the main entrance to the site. And then there'll be further substantial financial contributions for cycle and bus service improvements to the local area. Street and public space design. The first principle we put in place within the code is about making streets and not roads. We want the streets to be part of the living infrastructure. The heart of the approach is that they are public space that will be, and this public space is good street design that creates space for people and nature. They'll have neighbourhood squares, which will provide a leafy heart to each small neighbourhood, creating attractive green spaces to enjoy with the family, friends and neighbours, and there'll be a short walk from every home. The largest of which of these will be a new village green, which is right at the heart of the site. We want to make space for people. The development will have low-speed, tree-lined streets and cycle lanes forming a network of routes. All the streets will prioritise walking, cycling and the use of public transport over car use. These streets will be designed to encourage social interaction as well, with focal points for people, including places to sit and for doorstep play. We want to really promote walking, and one of the ways of doing that is using compact development. We want to make sure that the landscape is precious and it's used carefully. The use of compact, coherent designs based on a traditional, close-knit network of streets will actually help keep walking distances short and sociable and memorable. We also have plans for, right, here we go. So for the homes themselves. So, pardon me, notes slightly confused here. So we want, for our homes, we want a wide range of homes. We consider this to need to have a diverse range of homes. So the first thing is that we'll be providing, as well as the homes themselves, we're providing schools, shops and community facilities, as I say, alongside this diverse mix of homes with different age groups and incomes. 40% of all the homes will be affordable tenure, mixed across the whole development and be designed to be indistinguishable from the homes for private sale. They'll be designed to reflect the local character, and the design code sets in place that the buildings and homes will have a pitched roof, a sloping roof design. They'll be accessible for all users and support sustainable lifestyles and be adaptable to change. In terms of community focus, all the new community buildings we use to create a focal point and provide social activities with accessible, sustainable and flexible spaces. The diagrams you can see here are some of the initial diagrams that are being worked up for the design code itself, showing how various different design applications can be used to create varied homes, streetscapes and roofscapes throughout the scheme. Also how they can incorporate things like natural ventilation and good daylight and sunlight within all of the homes. And then one of the things we're looking at in particular is how we can develop a number of different innovative typologies within the scheme. And one of the particular ones we're going to be using, we think, is what we're calling coach houses. These are homes that that incorporate the parking for themselves and for other homes under them, and allow us to take parking off of the street, but still create really good active street frontages with homes overlooking all of those lanes. The key thing here is the work we're doing is thinking about how we can make sure that these are accessible homes and they provide a really high quality of home and internal environment. So things we're trying to do here is, first of all, it's about what these homes are, and they really are kind of like a substitute for a flat almost. Instead of having a flat with a corridor, you've got a house of your own with a front door onto the street. We've got upper floor roof terraces, which are large, set over garages, so that they actually feel like they function like a garden. The key thing here is that all of the accommodation in upper floors is Cat 2 accommodation. Is fully accessible part-home category 2 accommodation. And the overriding aim, I suppose, is to create that sort of characterful, space-efficient, low-cost home, because these are for private sales only. And as I say, when we might start to think about how we might have some alternative solutions to how we create ensure accessibility and things like that, it's about making sure that all of our stairs are wide and so our entrance areas and things like that, so that they can accommodate things like from like buggies and stair lifts. In other homes in this typology, we'll also be having ground floor toilets and living spaces, again, making sure that everything is an accessible home. But we do want to have this sort of flexibility of accessible, of different types of accessible and affordable homes to make a real variety within the scheme.
Alexis, can I just check with you how many more slides you have?
This is it. My apologies for rabbiting on.
No, that's great. Thank you. Carry on.
So David, if you want to just pick up on the next steps and the timeline.
Yeah, just to summarise, thank you, Alexis. I think really just to pick up on a couple of points from Alexis's presentation, because we are making some in the scheme of it relatively minor adjustments to the road network, but particularly around the local centre, where the primary road will now go on the north side of the open space and provide separation to the primary school. That does necessitate the submission of a Section 73 application, because the primary road will be moving by more than 10 metres. So that is something that we are sort of looking to progress as one of our work streams. And second to that, and we can pick this up in the discussion, we were particularly keen just to get members' feedback with regard to slide that Alexis was just talking around the coach house design, because there is a very minor deviation around M4 Cat 2 compliance, and while that dwelling is in nearly all aspects M4 Cat 2 compliance, it again could necessitate a slight deviation to that condition, which we can explore in more detail. But just in terms of next steps, I think we've sort of probably outlined that sort of fairly well already. We have already held an online and public consultation event earlier on this month. We're also looking to set up workshops with key stakeholders on the design code ahead of submission early on this summer, before progressing with other work streams, principally infrastructure application and first phase reserve matters applications on site. And I think that's the last slide, so I'm very happy to take questions and points of clarification.
Thank you very much, David and Alexis. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things. One is Section 73 is normally proposals by the applicant proposed to the Highways Authority for them to comment on, and for the developer and the Highways Authority to come to their agreement themselves without further consultation. Just wanted to check, is that how you're planning to do it, or will you include any, will you accept any public consultation comments on that at all?
No, so sorry, yeah. So the Section 73 application will effectively be for the variation of the condition on the outline. So it's the condition. I think it's condition 3 or 4, which is the approved plan list. So it will be a planning application which seeks to vary the approved parameter plan. So that will be submitted to the Greater Cambridgeshire Planning Service, and that will be subject to full consultation with statutory consultees. Obviously, the Highway Authority would be one of the key ones, but also with your internal officers, urban design, landscape, and external consultees such as local residents, parish councils, and key stakeholder groups.
Well, that's encouraging to hear that you're going to include residents and parish councils. That's great. Okay, so I'm going to open the floor to questions from members, but I just want to remind members at this point that you're encouraged to ask questions and seek clarifications on the developer's presentation, but you're reminded not to express any opinions on the presentation or proposals which might suggest or imply a closed mind. So please can I suggest that we take the questions by the topics we outlined earlier on, starting with the master plan framework. Later we'll move on to green spaces and nature, but for the time being, master plan framework. So I'm going to have to rely on Councillor Smart, if you'd be so kind as to identify people in the room.
Yeah, sure. So I saw Councillor Dawson had her hand up, and also Councillor Williams, but Councillor Dawson's hand is now down now, so I think Councillor Williams is the one. Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Clearly, we have a master plan to go by, and that master plan is based on the current local plan. And you will know that in the current local plan, there is a green corridor indicated between Teversham Village and Cherry Hinton for the purposes of the future development of the airport, and that you have the school sports fields actually in that green corridor, which is also, I think, in the green belt, but I'm not absolutely certain about that. But I think Stephen's nodding his head. It's in the green belt. Now, you don't make any reference to the importance of that in your design guide, which I thought you would have done, as it's a material planning matter, and that how you intend to ensure that the school playing field do not detract from the importance of that green corridor, which is in the local plan, and I believe will be in the emerging local plan. And it does concern me that the intention is to have a 2 metre high bund running along the west side of Airport Way, with trees planted on top, which obviously has a serious impact on that intention of having a green corridor to separate the village from the Cherry Hinton North development. So can I ask, did you take into account the green corridor? And if you haven't, will you be taking into account the green corridor?
So before you answer that, thank you, Councillor Williams. Can I just clarify with Councillor Williams, is the green corridor shown on the plan in front of us now, which is the next green line running roughly north-south west of Airport Way? Is that the one you're referring to?
Chair, the green corridor is to the north of the senior school and some housing development which is adjacent to that school. But it is basically between the buildings of the school and Cherry Hinton Village in Cherry Hinton Road. It's a very narrow corridor. It's only about 200-300 metres, but it is obviously a very important to maintain the separation between the village of Tevisham and the development of Cherry Hinton.
Thank you. Thank you for your clarification. Could I just ask the applicants to explain if the narrow route that runs in green on your diagram between the secondary school and going roughly southwestwards from there, is that the green corridor that Councillor Williams is concerned about?
I'm just to clarify, I'm not sure if that's the same one you're describing, but just to clarify, can you see my
Could you show
mouse?
us with your, yes.
Yeah,
Could
can you see my mouse? So you can see this thing labelled Greenbelt corridor.
Yeah.
This is the Greenbelt corridor that is being discussed in the dotty colour here. As you can see, we're obviously building outside of that. The building away from that. This Greenbelt corridor is going to be shown on every single diagram in the code to make it absolutely clear.
Sorry, Alexis, I don't think that is what Councillor Williams is referring to. I think he's referring to a green. Well, forgive me.
No, sorry, Chair, that is what I'm referring to.
Okay, sorry.
But what I'm saying is that what isn't shown on there, but is shown on other slides, that to the north of the senior school, there are to be playing fields. And these playing fields are going to be protected by a 2-metre high bund, which is going to run along the west side of Airport Way. They're also going to be floodlit, although obviously under new legislation you can floodlit playing fields in the green belt. But this 2-metre high bund, I understand, is also to have trees on it, and by the time you take those trees into account, you will lose the open aspect of that green corridor, as well as preventing people from using that green corridor. But principally, I want to understand why the design guide, from what I can see, doesn't acknowledge that there is an important, acknowledge that you need to have a green separation that is meaningful and not something that's going to be basically removed by having a physical visual obstruction of a green bund that's going to be 2 metres high with trees on.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining that. So, and members, I'm going to remind you again, be careful not to express opinions, and Councillor Williams carefully avoided that. So, Alexis, are you able to clarify the openness?
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's absolutely fine. So just to explain, obviously we've not shown you all of the details of the design code at this briefing. It's going to be a 100-page long document. But just to explain what is going to be included for that area within the code itself, the design that's being developed, that's going into the design code, is for the bund to have. The bund is in place in the outline consent, so we're sort of we're following the outline consent in terms of including it. However, just to explain in terms of design development, what we're going to be showing is a section through that area which is going to show that we're not having trees on top of the bund, because as has been rightly pointed out, that would make it very dominant. The bund is going to be set behind the existing tree line so that it won't be, so it reduces the visibility of it. And so that's one sort of first thing, I suppose. The second thing is that my understanding is we're very much trying to avoid things like floodlighting within the secondary school playing fields. As has been rightly pointed out, this is Greenbelt, and its function is particularly important in relation to maintaining that sort of green separation to Tevisham Village. And I think I'm right in saying that we'd be very happy to ensure that that sense of green separation is really is really covered in the code and mentioned as a sort of as a must within the code guidance, because that's certainly the intention of it.
Okay.
But the design work that's been done, I think, will actually help support that.
Okay, so thank you, Alexis, for that reassurance. And are there any other questions on master planning aspects from members? And Councillor Smart, perhaps you'd look for hands.
I saw Councillor Williams' hand move. I don't know if he wanted to come back at all, but otherwise it's Councillor. No, he doesn't. So Councillor Bajan and then Councillor Dalton and then Councillor Chamberlain.
Hi, very pleased to see the all-electric plan. I'm concerned about the cycling situation, which is part of the master plan, I take it. When the previous application came to planning committee, the one that's been developed, then there was a great deal of concern that the amount of cycles generated would be too great to go on the existing road, and there was no alternative. The alternatives were considered, but they were not considered as alternatives. Now this went to the vote, and at the time, it was agreed on the chair's casting vote. Now, bringing in another host of houses, so clearly...
Sorry, Councillor Bajan, can I just, very interested to hear what you say, but can you just be careful not to express opinion?
I'm not expressing opinion, Chair.
So far, I'm just warning you off.
Okay. So I just would like you to be aware that potentially if you introduce if you double the amount of cycles, there's nowhere for them to go without a route out of that area by bicycle. That's the important point for me. And the other point is, I understand there's going to be a bus gate on that main route through the area. So 2 points, perhaps you could talk about them a bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So will Alexis or David take those?
I'll start with Alexis. I think first, Jeff, thank you, and I think I think that's a very valid point, because it's very easy to be sort of inward looking when you're preparing design codes and thinking about how can we get cyclists through the site. But you're absolutely right. I think onward connectivity from the site into various destinations is equally important. I know under the outline application, we've got a requirement to provide significant contributions, off-site contributions towards cycleway improvements to improve connectivity off-site, which will be for the Highway Authority to spend, which includes 500,000 towards the tins to the south of the site, amongst a number of others. On the bus gate, there's no bus gate within the site. I think that was debated at length at outline application stage and subject to very detailed discussions with the Highway Authority. And in the end, I think it was determined that not to have a bus gate through the site, so to allow vehicular traffic to pass through the site from Coldham's Lane on the one side to Cherry Hinton Road and Gazelle Way on the other. We are looking very much at the traffic calming along that primary route and seeking to keep speeds down to 20 miles per hour.
Thank you. Okay. So I will come back on that later on. Councillor Bajan, did you want to come back?
I just want to try and make clear, without making it too clear, that there will need to be a route to get the cyclists from that site to Cambridge City. And the only route that's viable, because the cycle follows the fastest route, is through a railway bridge. £500,000 won't even probably pay for the plans to change that railway bridge. And this is potentially a real problem for any person planning to build any more houses in this location.
Thank you. I hear what you say, Councillor Bajan. But I think we need to hear some reassurance from the developers that they are cognizant of that concern.
Yeah, I think absolutely, and I think say not just from today, but obviously from the public consultation events that have been held, we appreciate that there's a a lot of development happening on this site of Cambridge. We're not the only planning application, and we know there are issues around transport and cycling.
Thank you. Councillor
Steve
Smart.
just indicated he'd like to speak, if that's okay with you.
Yes, sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, just to comment, obviously, I think Councillor Bager makes an important point, as he'll be aware, the Greater Cambridge Partnership are also looking at Eastern Access as a corridor through here. But the terms of the outline planning permission have already been defined by the decision that was made and the Section 106 agreement that relates to that planning permission. And this design code has to be compliant within the terms of that permission. So I think there's a really important point about access for cycling, but in terms of the off-site infrastructure contributions and so on, those are essentially now fixed by the permission that was granted. Although clearly there are complementary pieces of work that are going on with the Greater Cambridge Partnership and others looking at access from the eastern side of the city towards the city centre and to those transport nodes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kelly. So, Councillor Smart, who was the next speaker? Did you say?
I think with Councillor Daunton and then Councillor Chamberlain.
Thank you. So, Councillor Daunton, thank you.
I have two questions, actually. I'm not quite sure whether they're both relevant to the master plan, but let me put them down and you can tell me that they're not. The first one is to do with the bus route. If we could just have the plan back on the screen. So it starts up at the Airport Way roundabout, is that correct?
Yes.
Starts up at the Airport Way roundabout. It skirts the top of Tevisham Village. It goes, correct? It goes through the site, onto Coldham's Lane, and then on into the city.
Yeah, that's our understanding. I think there would, again, under the Section 106 on the outline consent, there's a requirement, one, for a financial contribution towards bus service improvements within the area. So I think we're probably, it's slightly early stage now in terms of where we're at, but certainly as we move forward, I think one of the key discussions will be with local bus operators and the highway authority around exact routes that the bus will take and how that will work in terms of existing and new services.
Okay, thank you. And my next question really is to do with the village green. Is that appropriate at this stage? Yeah, okay, I'll go for it then. So the village green, if you could put put back on the screen a slide which shows us a little more detail.
This one here.
A larger view.
Oh, right. This is, I think, this is probably the closest we've got in zooming into it. I'm happy to find something else.
No. So could you just zoom in a little bit? Could you zoom in a bit on that?
Yeah, hold on one sec.
Thank you. Just so we can see it a little more clearly.
That's absolutely fine. I'm just going to, sorry, I'm now going to try and use my IT skills, which are not.
The question is more general, if I could just ask my question. My question is the proportion of space for the village green to the overall development. Percentage or proportion?
I don't know if I can give you a percentile. The village green is quite I believe is larger than was shown as a green space in the outline consent. It's also just one of the many green spaces we're providing, but we do want to provide that central green space, particularly to give a focus to both the school building. You can see hopefully with my mouse moving around here, this is primary school building, and in the design code, and this is what we're calling the community hub building, the sort of the neighbourhood hub building, and you can sort of see how they all start to have this very close relationship with that central green space. And the important thing to note is that the road that goes into the centre actually avoids that kind of disrupting that relationship. So all of those buildings have direct access to the green space without crossing any roads.
Thank you, Alistair. So, Councillor Dawson, does that answer your question?
I've just got another supplementary. If you could just point out to us where the shops are.
The shops in this diagram are here. So do you want me to go back to the site so you can see it in relation to the rest of the development?
Yes, please.
One second. Oh, I have to just quickly go to. So this is that area we were just talking about, the village green and the primary school, and this is what we call primary square. Here's what we call Market Square, I think is what we're going to end up calling this, and it's got shops set around this space, and it also includes the community building. And you can see it's on the main route to give it really good visibility, but it's also a road and bus particular bus stop, but it also is on the primary movement network for all the cycles as well.
Thank you, Alistair. Okay, so who is the next person wishing to ask a question? Councillor Smart.
Councillor Chamberlain.
Thank you. Do go ahead, Councillor Chamberlain.
Thank you very much. 2 points of clarity, first of all. You spoke about separate lanes for bikes. Now, do you mean a white stripe on the road, or do you mean a proper segregated cycleway? And the second one is that you said that the affordable homes would be spread around the site and would be indistinguishable from the private ones. And yet, when we came to the private homes, you showed them as having a roof terrace. So clearly, they will be identifiable. Am I right or am I not right?
Do you want me to answer this?
Yes, Alistair, do go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, the bike lanes. So this section here, I hope is useful. It shows a typical section through 2 of the primary cycle routes that run crisscross through the site. So first one is what we call the Greenway. And here you can see on one side, we've got a segregated cycle lane, fully segregated, and that is separated from the carriageway by a deep green verge, which will include planting and natural spaces and some social spaces. On the other side of the street, we've also, in an earlier iteration, we had a wider cycle route here and we didn't have one here. We've now amended that, working with highways, to have it's another segregated cycle route, but this time behind a curb line on this what will be the northern side of that primary street network, so that there's 2-way cycle routes. And then on the other, one of the other say sort of primary cycle network routes and walking network routes, this is what we call the Ridgeway, and this is a completely traffic-free route that leads from Cherry Hinton village up to the secondary school, and that is fully segregated as well and is also wider, so it can be a shared 2-way cycle lane. In terms of the house typologies, my apologies if I wasn't being completely clear about our intention about the second one, that second slide on these, but the intention is that there is a wide mix of homes. Some homes will have a upper floor terrace, other homes will have a traditional garden. They will all share those will be both for private and for affordable. There'll be a real mix in terms of that kind of approach. And all of the homes will share the same material palette and the same overall sort of building form and design. But obviously there's a real mixture and diversity of homes right across the site. But we think that a very small percentage of kind of innovative typologies that build in other things, and particularly to help us to conceal parking and vehicle charging and things like that, is really beneficial and in terms of sort of placemaking, but they would be very much fitting into the mix of the wider type, range of homes, which are all completely tenure blind.
Thank you. Councillor Smart, I'd like to ask a question, so I
haven't finished yet.
Oh, sorry.
The one area of concern that I have relates to air quality. As someone who's suffered from asthma for a number of years, the one thing that I would not like my lungs exposed to is aviation exhaust fumes. Tell me, what can be done to minimise the impact upon people with lung disorders, which could be exacerbated by breathing in polluted air?
So will that be David?
If I kick up on that, so I think all I can say on that is that a very detailed air quality assessment was undertaken as part of the environmental statement that accompanied the outline application. So it was essentially at that stage where the matter of air quality in this development was assessed in principle, and it was determined as part of that environmental statement that this was a suitable location in terms of residential development, and the setback between the site and the airport was appropriate in air quality terms. I mean, at a more detailed level, we have had discussions with your environmental health officers around the design of the site, the design of the road network within the site, the design of the landscaping and the setback to obviously minimise impacts from an air quality perspective as part of the detailed design stage, and that's something that we'll continue to do as we move forward.
Thank you. Councillor Chamberlain, does that answer your question?
Probably the best answer I'm going to get, to be frank.
Okay.
I'm not sure that it's a problem that's going to go away, but thank you.
Okay. So I wanted to just ask, do you think there is a risk that people might seek to use your primary route rather than go through the centre of Cherry Hinton? And if you think there is a risk of that, do you know what steps you'll be taking to mitigate that?
Yeah, well, I think I can answer that. The nature of it being a through route, obviously, we recognise at a very early stage was what created that risk. I think we see ways of mitigating that, particularly through making sure that that we incorporate regular and frequent traffic calming and other features into the street to make it low speed. We have agreed with the highways team that this will have a design speed of no more than 20 miles an hour through the whole site, which obviously will help in terms of making sure that we're able to build in more landscape features within the site, within the street, and as I say, to make it slightly less sort of tempting for a really quick shortcut. The other thing, though, is really just sort of thinking about how we make sure that all of the other roads that come off of the streets actually are very low speed indeed. So we're looking at design speeds of no more than 15 miles an hour for all other streets on the site, again to make sure that we sort of reduce the desirability for any other route running. I think the final thing is, because it's a bus route, we're also incorporating bus stops, and the buses will be stopping in the carriageway, which it also the highways team have advised us feel that will help again to slow traffic speeds and reduce the desirability of route running.
Thank you very much. Councillor Smart, are there any other hands up in the room?
Yeah. So Councillor Smith was first, and then Councillor Daunton.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The village green area appears to be looking to do several things, and forgive me, this is the first time I've seen this presentation or anything about this development, it appears to have the through route. It's got a primary school, it's got shops, it's got a village green. It would appear that there's going to be a lot of people coming to this location, picking up, dropping off, without much provision for off-street parking or on-street parking. How good of an environment is this going to be for people on active modes of transport, and particularly people just walking between all the different facilities and crossing all these different roads and pathways? It appears to be a highly conflicted area that potentially can't really fulfill any of the objectives.
Councillor Smith, I'm interrupting deliberately to avoid that you...
I'm not being prejudicial, I'm just asking a question. It's a question.
Okay.
And I've finished my question.
So, David, are you able to answer that?
Alexis, do you
want me to answer it? I'm really more than happy to answer that one. So the first thing is the bringing together of the local centre with the main thoroughfare, the primary school, and the community buildings is highly intentional and was very much enshrined in the outline consent. So that's something we're very much working with, and something that the officers have been very keen for us to do. So I think that's sort of that part of it isn't an error, I suppose. The second thing is that the reason for that obviously being that those things then help to support each other in use, so that make sure that the shops and the community buildings are well used. The next thing is that the primary mode of transport through the actual local centre itself, and the village green, which is sort of coming through here, and also through the other cycle networks, is very much a kind of confluence of cycle networks rather than traffic routes. Albeit it is intentional that we have the primary street running to the side of the local centre, so that we can get that bus route stopping there. I think that in terms of ensuring that then that's safe, what we're doing is we're within the design coding stage. We are putting in place that this entire area is a raised table with other sort of traffic calming and other low speed measures, so that as you approach and then the others are the gateways to it, so that as you approach this area, speeds are significantly reduced, and you're entering kind of very much a people zone. Finally, in terms of crossing points, each of the minor tributary kind of lanes that come into this local centre, all of them cross the primary street network. Where they cross it, all of them are using, as I say, a combination of pinch points and when needed, raised tables. So that again, what we're doing is making sure that the pedestrian kind of movement across the site and then the cycle movement have that kind of priority wherever we are. Also, the final thing just to notice is that if you do live in this area to the north, you have one road to cross to be able to get down to the southern part, one street to come down to get to the southern part where all of the shops are. If you live to the south of that line, the way the master plan has been designed is that you actually have no primary or even secondary streets to cross, so it gives it very safe routes to and from that for pedestrians and cyclists to and from that local centre, particularly using what we call those sort of greenways and ridgeways, so that you're very much just moving through landscaped path networks.
Thank you. Councillor Smith, does that answer your question?
I think it'd be very, very useful to look at what's happening in Eddington, where there has been a lot of traffic calming, but residents are complaining about all the through traffic that's flowing through Eddington, and particularly when the bollards are down in the main community area and the conflicts that creates. These traffic calming measures don't appear to be the panacea. They're meant to be on the drawing board in real life.
Thank you. And I'm mindful that Councillor Daunton would like to ask a question. I'll follow up with one after that. Councillor Daunton?
Thank you. Could you point out to us where the sports facilities are and the access routes to the sports facilities?
Yeah, gladly. So my understanding is that the sports facilities are to be provided as part of the school provision, so things like playing fields and things like that, and also any potential use of the design code is putting in place that there's potential use for the sports halls of both primary and the secondary school in particular to be used kind of out of hours, and that's something that again, we think is a really sort of valuable thing that at a coding level we can do at this sort of framework level. In terms of creating routes to that, one of the primary features of the master plan is this. You can see this orange line here, and this orange line here is a completely traffic-free green street that runs from the edge of the existing Hinton and Teversham Drift, and takes you right up
See any
to that
orange
secondary
line?
school. Oh, sorry, can you not see it on my screen? I don't know if you can see my screen. My apologies. I think, can you, I apologize, I've only got quite a small diagram for this. I might be able to go to a different diagram actually. Hold on a sec. I haven't got an orange line anymore, but I'll just show it to you with my cursor. So this route here is a fully pedestrianised and cycle route with landscape that runs from the edge of the site to the south with Teversham Drift, and obviously connecting them through to Hinton, and crosses right through to the front door of the secondary school. And the idea is that out of hours, that would then mean that the secondary school facilities could be used as part of the sporting facilities. So that's a sort of really critical thing. The next one is on the other kind of primary green route that we're creating, connecting in with the local centre, is the primary school, which also has a large sports field and other facilities, which again, we're very much using the code to encourage to have out of hours use.
Is that, thank you. So can I just pick up on a couple of points there? So what happens if you've got a football tournament going on? Where does your visiting team park if they're attending to take part in a sporting tournament at the weekend?
Well, I mean, I'm going to say that the active travel plan that we will put in place will very much encourage people not to be coming in their cars, but each of the schools will have parking concealed behind the main frontage off street, so there would be potential for that to happen. But from a design coding stage, I don't think we can entirely sort of fix that.
And the other point I wanted to ask was on the subsidiary streets. You mentioned when we were talking about the village green, there was the primary route and then the subsidiary streets. And you mentioned a raised table around the local centre. So can I just ask, will all the streets be built to an adoptable standard?
Yes, that's the intention, is that all of the primary and secondary and most of the what we call tertiary street networks, these smaller streets coming off, will be built to an adoptable standard. There may be some very small lanes that come off of that, which won't be just for practical purposes, but that's the intention, yes. And that's what we've been working very closely with both the city and the Highways Authority to ensure that kind of adoptability is achieved without compromising design quality, essentially.
That's great. Councillor Smart, are there any other hands up in the room?
I said Councillor Daunton, didn't I? Or have you done it already? No, Councillor Thornborough then's got her hand up.
Thank you. I just wanted to be picking up on the concerns raised by Councillor Chamberlain. I want to just give you an example of South Trumpington, that some of the developments there where the whole of the areas are 20 miles per hour. But because they're not adopted, there are no 20-mile-an-hour signs. So we have raised platforms. There's a lot of traffic calming measures, but it's not adopted, and there is real problems with fast traffic, noisy traffic, real antisocial behaviour. And I think the vision is great, but it's years of no adoption before the adoption of non enforcement, and the behaviour of people is becoming entrenched with parking all over the place rather than in their car park. So it's a great intention, but it needs to be enforced from day one. So I just urge you to consider that. I want to make one comment about parking, and it seems I've seen some great schemes where they have parking lots like Marmalade Lane, and I think in Northstowe, rather than on plot parking, they're collected into a group of cars, which means that as the homeowners decide they don't need to privately own cars, you can give up the parking spaces for community cars, and then if the parking is in a lot, you have your option to change the parking to maybe a community outside space, and I wonder if that's considered. Thank you.
So is that Alistair?
Do you want me to answer those? Yeah, absolutely happy to. So the first one, I think that's a really good point about the enforcement of speed limits and things like that. And also, I think you really raised a very good point about parking and fly parking in particular. And it's, as you say, once bad behaviour gets ingrained, it's very, very hard to shake. So I think that's something that we can really think about, particularly looking at the stewardship sections of the design code. The second part, again, you have my absolute sympathy in terms of the those sorts of designs where, as you say, you have those sort of courtyards, which essentially mean that you're not sort of dedicating those spaces to parking forever, but they might actually have a more productive, longer term use if parking requirements change. It's something that we are definitely looking at as part of this scheme. So what we have is we essentially we're anticipating a real mixture of different parking approaches. So this diagram starts to indicate that. My apologies, we haven't got one of the parking courtyards, but what we're going to be doing is we're going to be having a combination of some in garages. Those do actually work quite well because it means that we can put the bins and the bikes and things like that into them, and it keeps them all secure and it's quite neat. But in other areas, particularly where we've got other types of terraced houses, we're actually looking at having courtyards incorporated sort of within the street network, as it were. So they still form part of the overall street design, but you actually have those courtyard spaces. And I think that would very much start to touch on what you were just raising. But as I say, unfortunately, I haven't got those images right here. But the other thing these do show, though, is sort of starts to hint at it. The other thing that we do have also is for flats and things like that. Again, it's making sure that the parking requirements and other servicing requirements of things like flats are fully integrated into the sort of building envelope, rather than sort of back lots which are visually intrusive and get rid of gardens and stuff. So in this case, sort of thinking about how we can have sort of concealed parking. But as I say, there's a number of different things. One thing I didn't mention in my my original presentation is that all of the homes will have EV charging, either on plot or within the specific courtyards that their parking is associated with, or within their garages. There's also going to be areas of fast chargers located for shared use throughout the scheme, particularly in, if I just get back to here, particularly in the local centre. We're anticipating having a number of rapid chargers for shared use in that primary square. Just going back to an earlier comment about how we're going to accommodate parking and things like that. We do have parking spaces incorporated within this area, so that those who do need to park can do. But obviously we're actually encouraging people to walk and cycle primarily.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. So I think we ought to be minded to wind up. We've had a long day, but Councillor Smart, are there any other hands up still in the room?
There are, Councillor, yeah. So I think
Okay.
Councillor Thornborough wanted to come back, and then Councillor Williams.
Thank you. So can we be succinct? Thank you. Councillor Thornborough.
Yes, I really like what you're saying about the opportunity for active moving, and it would be great if we could consider one park accommodating bicycles for the number of people in the homes rather than the number of bedrooms. And the other thing we are encouraging in Cambridge is community car use, so that people can share electric cars rather than and moving away from car ownership. And I wondered if that's something that's supported here.
So, David?
I think that's a sort of very valid point. It's probably the sort of next stage down from where we're at the moment, but very happy to take that away.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Smart, who's next? Oh, Councillor Williams?
Thank you, Chair. I've got two questions. An observation first. Go to Marley and you will see that people are already parking on the streets, parking on the footpaths, and that development has only just started. So, you know, I am concerned that you go to Marley or you go to Trumpington or Knighton or anywhere like that, it's great in theory to try and limit people's behaviour. It doesn't work in practice, and you end up with a mess. Anyway, and we're starting to see that already in Marley. Two questions I've got. First of all, are you talking to the Knowledge Trust, which is the academy that has been awarded the running of the new secondary school? Because the Academy Trust seem to have, oh sorry, not the Academy Trust, the Knowledge Trust seem to have a rather different idea of what their school is about. And they are certainly looking at it being not just a local secondary school, but a school that's going to serve the whole of Cambridge and the fringes of Cambridge. And I think you're going to find they're going to be generating a lot more car trips than you are expecting, and much fewer people, students who are going to arrive on bicycle. And secondly, on the maintenance of the landscaping, what's going to happen in long term? Are you going to set up a management company which will look after the landscaping in perpetuity? Or are you going to be expecting at some point or other the parish council and the district councils to take over the management of that landscaping?
So, David.
Yeah, so on the first question, I'll need to take that away. I know Fairway Latimer had regular meetings with the both Department for Education and Cambridgeshire County Council as the education authority. I would need to check with them whether those meetings have included the Knowledge Trust, because they've not been meetings that I have attended, but I'll certainly take that point away. In terms of the management of the site, we have had initial discussions with your officers regarding the management on the site, and we have had a sort of positive initial meeting with regard to the City Council potentially taking management of a significant proportion of the site, including sort of key public open spaces. Those discussions will be ongoing moving forward. It is possible that it may be part proportion City Council and part within a management company, but we're at very early stages in terms of those discussions.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Smart, any other hands up in the room?
See any? No.
Great. Okay. Well, that sounds like we're nearly there then. So, thank you very much, members, for.
Sorry, Chair, I just saw one.
Oh, okay. Councillor Thornborough.
Pushing the master plan framework. I've got something on green spaces and nature.
Oh gosh, yes, of course.
Okay.
all of those wonderful subjects. Sorry, yes, let's go ahead. Hang on a minute, let me just check. So the next one is green spaces and nature. Yes, quite right. Sorry. So do go ahead and ask your question, Councillor Thornborough.
Got my, the local residents have told me that they've seen water voles in the existing stream, and I know you refer to blue infrastructure and also that existing stream. Will you be making the most of the water environment that exists there now? And I will ask, and I got another question is, will you be considering new forms of construction, and you mentioned circular economy, the circular economy. So will you be considering how this area could be deconstructed in the long-term future, or is that really, because I think that would be very exciting. Yeah, thanks.
Do you want me to answer those
No.
ones?
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm just slightly flummoxed because we've got a big black screen.
Oh.
Well, I guess that's because we're not. Yeah, that's better. Thank you. Then we can actually see everybody. That's better.
Can you see me? Sorry, my screen's frozen, so I'm not entirely sure what you can see.
I can see David Fletcher and Alistair. So
Brilliant. Sorry, do you want me to answer that question just before
yes,
I'm worried my computer is about to die, so I'm good. So in terms of the stream, yeah, absolutely. The conservation of the stream, and particularly as it as the stream moves into a sort of more mature section, the drain moves into a more mature section as it comes down towards Cherry Hinton. We are looking at conserving that and also providing additional planting and things like that.
We can't see the speaker on the screen.
I think it's Alistair Butterfield, but his camera has frozen.
My camera's frozen. My apologies. I'm afraid there's not really anything I can do about it. But if you can hear me, I will.
We can hear
I'll
you.
carry on.
Alistair, do carry on.
Thank you. So yeah, so the intention is that all of that is conserved. We as part of the outline consent, there is an approval to adjust the alignment of the drain at its northern section, which we will also be undertaking so that it's sort of planted and sculpted so that it really encourages sort of new sort of natural features and wildlife, albeit, as I say, within the kind of scope that's allowed within the airport safeguarding. So yeah, certainly the drain forms quite a significant part of that new landscape, and the preservation of it. The second question, my apologies. What was just to remind me? The
second question was new forms of construction.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, how could I forget? So yeah, absolutely. I think just to explain, at the moment, the key thing we're doing is making sure that the buildings we design are flexible use and are designed for a long life. So, for example, making sure that the buildings within that primary square area, the market square, are not designed for a single use, but can actually have multiple uses, obviously over their lifetime, but actually even multiple uses kind of over the day and over the week. Because the most important thing is that the space is really, flexible and loved and well used. That also is going to include things like the homes that are around there. So, for example, we're looking at how houses within the local centre can have a flexible ground floor. So, for example, they could be turned into a small local shop in the future if they wanted to. So it's it's building in, at this stage of the design coding, we're very much building in that level of flexibility and sort of longevity.
Thank you. Okay, so are there any further questions on green spaces and nature? Councillor Smart, any hands? Right, okay, so next topic then was movement and access. Are there any questions on movement and access?
No hands up, Councillor. I think some got asked earlier, actually.
Yes, I think we covered it sort of in the master planning element, didn't we? The next one is sustainability, and I think Councillor Thornborough's question was touching on that, perhaps.
No, nothing.
Okay, and then emerging design and next steps. So I think we're nearly there, aren't we?
Yeah, I think so.
Super. Okay. So thank you very much indeed, David Fletcher and Alexis Butterfield, for giving us a very helpful overview of the proposals for the land north of Cherry Hinton. And Councillor Smart, unless there's anything you think I might have omitted, I think we'll call this to a close. Do you agree?
No, that's all fine, yeah.
Great. Okay then. So thank you very much, members. Thank you for staying to the end of that. I appreciate it's been a long day for everybody. So thank you very much indeed. and we look forward to seeing you next time. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.